Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, the fanfiction guy, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Deku Became the Infernal Dragon? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku was 4 when he came to a harsh, yet inescapable realization. Not all people were created equal. That's just how things were and how things would stay. It wasn't something people questioned or argued against. It was an accepted fact to all who lived and breathed, Izuku included. Izuku's shoes pounded the cement as he ran like his life depended on it, and when he stopped to think about it for a second, it probably did. He chanced to glance over his shoulder for just a moment. Bakugo's fist slammed into his face. Izuku yelped and tumbled, scraping his hands and knees against the sidewalk as he hit the ground. His forearms and legs were already smattered in bruises, and come tomorrow, there'd be loads more. Come on Deku, give up already. Izuku could feel Bakugo's glare drill into the back of his head, and Bakugo kicked Izuku in the back, sparks flying from his hands. You're worthless, you know that? The only thing you would do is stand in my way. Bakugo leaned in closer, made eye contact with him, and grinned. You're useless, Deku, and you better remember that. Izuku shut his eyes and gritted his teeth, tears burning his eyes. I will become a hero, he stammered with bravery he didn't have, whether you like it or not, Kaken. Bakugo smirked. You can't think realistically, he sneers. You're a monster, and monsters can't be heroes. Constantly having to purchase extra water and food is a pain, Inko thinks as she browses the produce section of the local supermarket. However, unfortunately for her wallet, Izuku does need loads of spicy foods, gallons of water, and a constant source of heat. Without that, he won't be able to use his quirk. Izuku's quirk is something beautiful and mysterious, but for the most part, it's just strange. She watches out of the corner of her eye as Izuku sneezes up a small burst of ashes on himself. The sound he makes is adorable, and she tries hiding the small giggle as he scrunches up his nose and tries to wipe the ash above his lips, but the mess of ashes in general is, well, unfortunate. Inko smiles softly and pulls a baby wipe from her purse. She always keeps them on hand for moments like this. She hands it to Izuku, and while he wipes his face of ash, she has a sudden thought. That's probably what Endeavor looks like after he takes a shower. Izuku stares up at Inko with wide, wonder-filled eyes for a moment or two. And then he bursts into an uncontrollable fit of giggles, and Inko stifles a laugh behind her hand and continues down the aisle. Izuku skips along after her. One weekend, Izuku goes out for dinner with his parents. He doesn't really know much of anything about his father, and the few things he does know were few and far in between. He's aware that he inherited his fire from his father, but Izuku can control and move his fire, which his dad cannot do, so it's hard to say they're really anything alike at all. Izuku tugs on her shirt, and she turns to him. Izuku? Izuku looks away, twiddling his thumbs. He looks up, just for a moment. His dad is sitting across from them at the booth, looking over the menu. Izuku lowers his voice to make sure he doesn't hear. Is dad a good guy, Mom? Inko freezes. Yes, dear, he is, she says, but why are you asking me? Izuku shrugs and smiles. Just wanted to make sure he isn't a villain, he says, and he swings a punch, one he's probably seen on TV, no doubt. Or I'd have to get him. Inko smiles and wraps her arm around his shoulders, keeping him close. They end up talking about future professions. For some reason it's Hisashi who brings it up, and Inko doesn't dare stop him. Hisashi runs a hand through his greasy black hair and sighs. I actually started out as a magazine editor, he says, but I ended up running a business after that. Izuku's eyes sparkle. Hohoea, that sounds super cool, he gushes. Hisashi grins and reaches across the table to ruffle Izuku's hair. Maybe you'll grow up to be a businessman just like me. A puff of smoke rises above his face as he laughs. Izuku pauses to think about this for a moment, then frowns. Well, that sounds like fun, he says, looking up, but I want to become a hero. Hisashi's eyebrow twitches at the word, hero. Izuku, listen, he says, and he smiles, but it seems forced. Forced to the point where it looks painful. I don't think you should become a hero. Heroes are liars, Izuku, and fakes. You don't want to be a liar, do you? Something has changed. Something is wrong. Inko grabs Izuku's arm and slides out of the booth, tugging him with her. She knows nothing good can come out of a situation like this, not with Hisashi seething like that. This is bad. This is bad, they have to get out of here. Izuku, let's go. Come on, Izuku thrashes, just slightly. He doesn't understand, of course he doesn't understand. Inko should have told him, but I want to be a hero. Hisashi strikes quick and true, like a viper. A stream of fire surges from between his lips. Inko grabs Izuku, tries pulling him away, but it's too late. The flames meet Izuku's skin, and he screams. Hisashi is taken into police custody shortly afterwards for domestic violence and child abuse, and Izuku is rushed to the hospital to treat his injuries. It isn't pretty. The doctors are able to heal him in little to no time at all, but they can't help the scarring, and even though the wounds are treated and mending, it still hurts. Inko knows Izuku is fine. She knows his life isn't in danger. She knows he's going to heal shortly and bounce back, he always has, but that doesn't mean it doesn't hurt. That doesn't mean she doesn't cry when she knows he isn't looking. The only comfort she has is that he's still here with her, and they will never see Hisashi again. Izuku doesn't have any comfort at all. The first time he sees the burns all alongside the side of his neck, inching up towards his face just below his right eye, he dives into his mother's arms and sobs until his voice is gone. The second time is easier, but it doesn't hurt any less, and he's left feeling. It's not the burns that bother him so much as it's the realization that his father did this to him. He buries his face in his pillow that night, his face, bandaged, covered, and cries. He hopes his mom can't hear him through the walls of their apartment. She's cried so much lately, he doesn't want her to know that he's crying too. He's a villain after all, Izuku thinks, tears leaving wet splotches on his pillows. Only villains hurt people like that. The realization sinks in. My daddy is a villain, he must be. He was going to hurt Mom. Why did he hurt me? What did I do? I don't understand. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Please leave us alone. Don't hurt Mom. Don't hurt me. The scar is in no way subtle. The burn stretches from his right shoulder, all the way up his neck, and ends just below his right eye. It's the third time Izuku has seen the burn this time. He doesn't hide from it like he has thus far, he simply stares. He stares for a long, long time. He wonders, briefly, if there are other heroes with scars like this. He wonders, briefly, if people would accept heroes with scars like this. Izuku hops off the stool and turns off the light on his way out of the bathroom. He steps quietly into the living room. His mom is reading a book on the couch. She closes the book immediately and turns to him. Izuku? What is it? I. Izuku's eyes burn with tears, and he balls his hands into fists. Am I ugly, Mom? Cannot see, can I still be a hero? Even like this? Inko leaps from the couch and runs to him, and as soon as she reaches him, she throws her arms around his shoulders, hugging him tight. He melts into the embrace and squeezes her back, sobbing quietly against her shoulder. No, you aren't ugly, baby, I promise, Inko tells him, smoothing his hair. You're beautiful, Izuku, don't call yourself ugly, please. Izuku nods and she pulls back, framing his face with her hands. She smiles softly, brushing his tears away with her thumbs. It's a battle scar, she tells him softly. It means you were very brave. It means you went through something scary and you made it through it. I'm proud of you, Izuku. She smiles again, and then she's crying too. You're going to be an amazing hero. Izuku sniffs, and the tears come back with vigor, but he's smiling now. Thanks, Mom, he says, and he leaps on her again, hugging her tightly. You're the real hero. Inko sits silently on her couch and sips her tea. It's well past 2 in the morning, but she can't sleep. Whenever she tries, her thoughts always return to one thing, one person. Izuku. His personality has changed ever since the incident. He's more quiet now, more reserved. She doesn't want to think about it, but it almost seems like some of the sparkle in his eyes is gone too. After starting back at preschool, he started coming home with bruises and burns. It always says they're there because he'd been playing with his quirk. It's a lie. His own flames do not hurt him. After witnessing Izuku cough up fireballs onto his skin, Inko knows better. The burns he tries and fails to hide ripple outward and stretch across his forearms, almost like explosions. Inko only knows of one child who has a quirk like that. She will be having a talk with Mitsuki. Izuku groans and sits up, knocking several All Might-themed blankets off his bed in the process. He rubs his eyes and glances at his clock. Its digital face displays a large 7:13 a.m. Izuku kicks his feet out of the mess of blankets on his bed and stretches and yawns, releasing a puff of smoke. He watches it dissipate into the air for a moment, before walking over to his closet and grabbing a pair of jeans and an All Might shirt. He opens the door to his room and steps out, softly closing it after he walks out. "Mom, I'm awake," he calls quietly, walking into the kitchen. Inko turns from her cooking and smiles at him in greeting. "Sleep well?" Inko inquires. Izuku yawns, then nods. Inko sadly notes that Izuku has bags under his eyes. "I'll tell you when breakfast is ready, Izuku," Inko says, then turns back to the food, humming quietly. Inko watches Izuku out of the corner of her eye while she cooks. Izuku turns and looks towards the TV. A small gasp of excitement escapes his mouth when he sees All Might fighting live. Izuku hops onto the couch and grabs his analysis notebook, eagerly jotting down the fight. All Might is fighting 4 villains, 2 with hardening quirks, and 1 with sharp pincers. The other seems to be floating? No, more like gliding. All 4 seem disorganized. They were probably caught by surprise. All Might is done well. All Might, amazing and powerful as usual, never once letting up that brilliant smile on his face. The gliding quirk would be extremely useful for search and rescue, Izuku thinks. If you had a support company make some kind of jet propulsion to get up in the air, you could. Izuku is brought out of his thoughts when he hears soft laughter coming from the kitchen. "Mom, why are you giggling?" he starts, then slaps a hand over his mouth he'd been muttering under his breath again. Izuku groans and buries his head in his hands in embarrassment, heat spreading across his face. Suddenly, the phone rings. Inko briskly walks over to it and answers. "Hello." The pause. "Oh, hold on, let me ask him." Inko then turns, covering the phone speaker. "Do you want to go and play with Katsuki, Izuku?" Izuku thinks for a moment and nods. Inko smiles at him and resumes talking with the person on the phone. Izuku smiles back at her and takes a deep breath, releasing a small puff of smoke. Maybe today wouldn't be so bad after all. Izuku regrets his decision to hang out with Kaken. A bunch of Katsuki's friends stand around, showing off their quirks. Tsubura makes large gusts of by flapping his wings, impressing some other kid with the power of extending his fingers. Izuku slowly walks up to the group and waves at Katsuki in greeting. Katsuki glares at him. "What the F took you so long, shitty Deku?" He crosses his arms and intensifies his glare. Izuku shrinks in on himself, fiddling with the hem of his shirt. I decided to walk here because it was nice out." Katsuki scoffs and turns back around to face the rest of his friends. "Let's go, Bakuga Hero Agency," he announces, then turns and marches off towards a gate. There are multiple signs plastered onto it, warning everyone to stay out. Izuku reaches a hand out and tries to stop Katsuki before he does anything stupid. But Katsuki reaches the gate before Izuku reaches him, and one explosion later, the gate is no more. Katsuki cackles as his hands smoke. "Forward, Bakuga Hero Agency." The other kids whoop loudly and march after Katsuki, and Izuku follows behind them, not wanting to be left behind. It turns out the purpose of this expedition was to find a good spot to use their quirks in secret. Izuku follows silently behind the group, watching the occasional bird fly by. Shortly after beginning their march, Izuku hears water, and the group stops. It looks like they have to cross a large fallen log to get over the stream. Bakuga laughs and turns. "What are you fuckers waiting for?" Katsuki releases several explosions from his palms. "Let's go." Izuku winces at Katsuki's volume and reluctantly follows him and the others across the precariously balanced log. It goes well for a little while. Then Katsuki falls. His scream of surprise is swallowed up by the water when he plunges into it. He resurfaces quickly, coughing and rubbing his eyes. From up on the log, Tsubura shouts, "Do you need help, Bakugo?" and flexes his wings for a moment to warm up. Katsuki looks up and scowls. "I don't need your goddamn help." Shortly after Katsuki had fallen, Izuku had jumped off the log and slid down the hill to the side of the creek. He rushes over to Katsuki and offers a hand. "Are you hurt, Kaken?" Katsuki's mouth is agape in surprise. Then, his face morphs into a deep scowl. Everything goes in slow motion. Katsuki throws his palms out and ignites his sweat. "I said I don't need your help." Izuku reels back and feels a tingling sensation on his arms when he throws them up to shield himself. Then an explosion. It makes Izuku stumble, but he stays on his feet somehow, trembling from head to toe. Why did Kaken do that? He lowers his arms from his face and is mildly surprised to feel no pain. And then he looks back at Katsuki. He looks. Katsuki raises a shaking finger and points towards Izuku's arms, fumbling over his words for a moment or two. And then he shrieks, "Villain!" Shocked, Izuku stumbles backwards, but follows Katsuki's gaze anyway, looking down at his arms. Immediately his eyes widen. His arms covered in shimmering dark green scales, glowing vibrantly even in direct sunlight. Izuku looks back up at Katsuki, but he's gone, and Izuku's eyes meet blank, empty space. Katsuki is running up the side of the hill, shouting at his friends to follow him, which they do immediately. Frightened shouts of, "Monster!" and "He's gonna attack us!" and "There's a villain!" meet Izuku's ears until the group dashes into the forest and finally out of sight and earshot. Izuku still has his hand extended towards where Katsuki had been standing moments before. "They think I am a villain?" Izuku's voice cracks at the end, and smoke rises from his breath as he speaks. It sinks in and he sobs, clutching his hand and falling to his knees in the water, shaking violently. He sits there for a long time, crying so hard his head hurts and his throat burns. And then, an unfamiliar voice speaks above him. "Are you okay?" Izuku can't breathe. He can't answer. He hears a splash in the water and feels a hand on his back, gentle. Unfamiliar, another hand on his shoulder. Still unfamiliar, but still gentle. "Breathe with me, okay?" Izuku nods shakily. He doesn't know what else to do. "Breathe in 1, 2, 3. The person's voice is calm, comforting, despite the fact it belongs to a complete stranger. "And out 1, 2, 3. It takes some time, but after a little while, Izuku is no longer shaking or crying. He wipes his eyes, brushing away his tears, then raises his head to finally meet the stranger's gaze. He has dual-colored eyes and hair and can't be much, if at all, older than Izuku. "I'm sorry for wasting your time like that," Izuku says shakily, rubbing his eyes with his knuckles. The boy above him shakes his head. "You weren't wasting my time," he says, extending a hand to him, much like Izuku had done to Katsuki. After a moment, Izuku accepts the hand, and the stranger helps him to his feet. "I couldn't leave you alone like that," the boy goes on, releasing Izuku's hand. "It looked pretty bad." Izuku shakes his head slowly. I'm sorry." The boy shakes his head. "Don't be. It's scary to be alone sometimes. I'm happy I was here." A few minutes later finds the two of them sitting down in a sunny patch of grass by the creek. Their clothes are still wet, but the sun has begun to dry them. The boy turns to Izuku after a little while, fiddling with a blade of grass. "My name is Shōto Todoroki," he says, a little stiffly. "It's nice to meet you." Izuku is baffled for a second. No one's treated me like this before, he thinks, before replying. "My name is Izuku Midoriya. It's nice to meet you too." After an awkward silence, Shōto glances at Izuku's arms, and Izuku follows his gaze. They watch as the scales slowly recede into Izuku's skin, disappearing like they'd never even been there, and when Izuku remembers Katsuki's reaction and the fact that Shōto is staring at the scales, he jerks his arm behind his back to hide them. Shōto blinks, raising his head to meet Izuku's eyes again. That's an interesting quirk you've got there, he says, turning his head back towards the creek. It's cool. Izuku slowly brings an arm forward and watches his scales finally disappear fully. This is... Izuku shivers and hides his arms again. New. I didn't know about this until just a few seconds ago. Shōto turns to Izuku and smiles sympathetically. It looks forced, but somehow honest, if that makes sense. That must have been scary. Izuku nods slowly and mumbles something quietly. Shōto frowns, confused, and taps Izuku's shoulder. What did you say? He asks. I couldn't hear you. Izuku bites his lip. They called me a villain. He chokes on the sob that leaps into his throat, and he draws his knees against his chest and squeezes them. Just like my dad. Shoto's eyes widen. Like his dad? He just met this boy, just found him sobbing alone in a creek a few moments ago, and he's still trying to get around his own difficulties long enough to help him, but now. How is he? It clicks. Izuku Midoriya. Hisashi Midoriya. Everything makes sense. He's the one on the news on the case father was working on. Izuku's dad was charged with domestic violence and child abuse. The incident has been all over the local news the past week. Clips of a green-haired child screaming in agony fills his mind. Izuku Midoriya. Shoto's fingers clench around a handful of grass. He can feel frost spreading across his forearm. Izuku is like me. His father is like my father. And there was smoke around him earlier, which means he probably inherited his dad's quirk, too. Just like me. Shōto found his voice. Barely. I'm so sorry. Izuku snaps his head towards Shōto, eyes wide. What? Why are you sorry? He questions frantically. Shōto shakes his head and desperately fights back tears. He raises a hand, and his fingers brush against his own scar on his face. I am sorry you had to deal with that too, Shōto whispers. And that you have a scar to show for it. Izuku watches Shōto for a moment, biting his lip. Do you want to talk about your scar? Izuku asks quietly. Shōto gapes at Izuku, then turns his head away and bites his lip. It's... Shōto starts. I mean that it probably isn't something you want to hear. Izuku answers quickly. It's okay, I'll still listen. He pauses for a moment, then continues. Sometimes it's better to talk about it to someone, that way that person can help you not hurt so much. Shōto thinks about this, then he nods slowly and begins. So my dad is in Endeavor, right? Izuku nods. He's seen the name, Todoroki, on the news several times. He married my mom because he wanted a strong child, Shōto goes on. He had lots of kids with my mom, before I was born that they all had either my dad's quirk, or my mom's quirk, so they weren't perfect. Shōto spits out the last word as if it were poison. My dad, he wanted a child with both quirks. And then I was born. Shōto pauses and takes a deep breath to calm himself. As soon as I got my quirk, he started training me. Izuku stares, understanding but not quite computing. That I saw on the news, he says. Mrs. Todoroki, why your mom, she was put in a hospital, wasn't she? Shōto clenches handfuls of the grass on either side of him. She told me my left side was unsightly, and then she poured boiling water on me. Shoto's voice cracks at the end, and the tears finally break free and begin to stream down his face. Izuku's eyes widen in realization as all of this finally sinks in. Izuku stammers. He's been dealing with this all alone? Did you want a hug? Izuku asks shakily, because he remembers how big of a comfort his mother's hugs had been for him. Shōto wipes his eyes, then turns to look at Izuku, thinking. They've been through hell and back, both of them. Maybe a hug would be nice. Shōto surges forward and wraps his arms around Izuku, and Izuku wraps his own arms around him as well. Thank you, Izuku. The two boys hug each other in a silence for a good long while. Eventually, they both pull away, and Izuku smiles. Feel better? Shōto nods and smiles back at him. Thank you, Izuku, that was really nice of you. Izuku smiles brightly and rubs the back of his neck, looking away for a moment. It was no problem, that's what a hero would do. Shōto nods. It's getting dark, he observes, pointing up to the sky. Clouds are crossing over the blue as the sun begins to set, and Izuku nods his agreement, rising to his feet. Shōto does the same beside him. They share a look. A roll of thunder cuts the silence, and the boys turn and bolt back into the forest from whence they'd come, dodging stray sticks and bushes on their way. Once they make it back to the park, they crept back through the hole Bakugo had made in it earlier and continued on their way. The sky is almost completely covered in clouds now. Izuku frowns up at the sky. Do you have someone here with you? He asks. Shōto nods and points, and Izuku raises his head. He's pointing to a young lady, with white hair with red ends, the same exact red as Shōto. Izuku walks behind Shōto as they make their way towards her. She waves, smiles at him, and then turns her attention to Shōto. Shōto speaks in a much lighter tone than before. Fuyumi, this is my friend Izuku. Wait, Izuku thinks, did I just make a friend? All we did was cry on each other's shoulders. I guess that makes us friends. Izuku can't help the small smile that spreads across his face at the thought. Izuku, this is my big sister, Shōto goes on. Fuyumi looks at Izuku and smiles softly. I'm Fuyumi. It's nice to meet you, Izuku. Izuku beams. It's nice to meet you too, Fuyumi. He reaches out a hand, and Fuyumi shakes it. Such a gentleman, she says. Izuku blushes and turns his head away, prompting Fuyumi to laugh softly. Anyways, I think we all have to get home now, Izuku says while curling a piece of green hair in between his fingers. Shōto looks at Fuyumi and he grasps her hand tightly after another moment. Fuyumi smiles first at him, then at Izuku. Izuku beams at the two of them and waves, already half turning to run home. Bye, he calls. I hope we can meet again. Shōto smiles and waves in return. Me too, he replies, and keeps waving until Izuku is out of sight. He waits a second, then turns to Fuyumi. We can go now, I guess, he says quietly. Fuyumi nods and begins to walk with Shōto by her side. Shōto turns his head and looks over his shoulder at where Izuku had been standing moments before. He was really nice. Shōto murmurs. The jog home is peaceful for Izuku. Most people were inside because of the coming rain, so he has the silence all to himself. Izuku jumps over cracks in the sidewalk all the way home. Izuku knocks thrice on the door. Mom, I'm home, he calls. He can hear several things clatter from inside the house before his mom opens the door. She smiles and ushers Izuku inside. Did you have fun? She asks. Izuku ponders for a moment before nodding. Kaken was mean, and that wasn't fun, but then I made a new friend. Izuku replies, absent-mindedly twirling a lock of hair around his finger. A nervous habit, Inko thinks, biting her lip. Something happened. Inko sighs, then crouches down to match Izuku's gaze. Did little Katsuki hurt you? Izuku doesn't reply, rather looking at the floor. Definitely Katsuki. Oh, Izuku. Inko gently brushes stray locks of hair out of Izuku's face, and she watches his eyes fill with tears. What did he do, Izuku? She asks gently. Izuku can feel the tingling sensation run along his arms again, shimmering scales cover them once again. He called me a. Izuku pauses and is in a shuddering breath, rubbing his eyes with his knuckles. That he called me a villain. Inko's eyes soften, and she pulls him into a tight hug. You're not a villain, Izuku, she whispers softly, while she rubs comforting circles into his back. Don't let anyone say differently. Izuku chokes back a sob, grips Inko's sweater tightly. Beep, Inko shushes him, shaking her head firmly. Would a villain climb a tree to save our neighbor's kitten? Izuku pauses, then shakes his head feverishly. No. Inko smiles softly and pulls out of the embrace, looking him in the eye. Exactly. That's what a hero would do, right? And that's what you did. She brushes tears away from his eyes and waits for them to stop completely. Izuku looks up at Inko and gives her a wobbly smile. That means I'm a hero? Izuku asks quietly. Inko nods and pulls him into another hug. Yes, Izuku. Don't you ever forget that, sweetie, for as long as you live. Izuku remembers those words. He remembers them as he moves up through his grades, as he turns 8 then 9 then 10 all the way up to 14. He remembers them, holds them close where no one can snatch them away. 7 years and he still remembers them as though his mother had uttered them yesterday. He remembers other things too. Specifically Shōto Todoroki. He hasn't hung out with Shōto since that day. He saw him in passing sometimes, at the park with his sister, and sometimes, even on the news. Izuku honestly has no idea how he still remembers those things, after all these years. I sound like a grandpa. I'm only 14 for God's sake. Izuku snorts, then shakes his head and sighs, releasing a puff of smoke from his mouth as he does so. I see, he murmurs to himself. He kicks his legs out of the All Might covers he slept and glances down at his feet, or, rather, his claws. Claws? They look like claws. He doesn't really know what to call or think about them. His legs are covered in shimmering dark green scales. They stop to just below his kneecaps, which is already weird enough, but his feet don't appear to be human. Instead, he has 5 claw-like appendages that act as toes. He can't wear shoes anymore because of them, but that's fine. His feet are tougher now, so he's never missing them. Izuku yawns and glances at his clock. 6-something in the morning, just enough time for a jog before he has to go to Hosu. Izuku blearily wipes his eyes, and he stumbles over to the bathroom, flicking the light on. He reaches for a toothbrush, grabs the toothpaste, and gets to work. Years of dealing with razor-sharp teeth have taught him one thing: brush well, not fast. Izuku has absolutely no idea how many toothbrushes he destroyed when he was little. His baby teeth had fallen out later than most boys his age, and no one could have expected his teeth would grow in as sharp as they are now. Izuku smiles at himself in the mirror for a moment. The 2 eyes that greet him are a forest green, and his pupils are small and faintly diamond-shaped, almost like a cat's. He runs a hand through his hair, expertly dodging the 4 horns protruding from his head. The horns are generally a charcoal black, but shine an electric green when under lights. The 2 largest horns are right on top of his head. They flatten and curl backwards, a little goat-esque but not exactly. His 2 smaller horns are just above his ears, and they look almost exactly like the first 2, but are smaller and don't go back as far. Izuku rinses and spits into the sink and smiles at himself in the mirror, double-checking to make sure his teeth are clean. Scales cover from under Izuku's right eye all the way down the side of his neck, disappearing beneath his shirt, scales that had grown over the scar Izuku's father left him with. This always seems to happen with Izuku's scars. Permanent scales grow to cover the damaged skin. After that, he spends a good 20 minutes in the shower, mindful not to get soap in his horns, before hopping out, drying off, and getting dressed in navy blue sweatpants, a plain white shirt, and his favorite All Might hoodie. Once he checks himself over one last time to make sure he's ready for the day, he makes his way downstairs. Claws make little clicking sounds as he walks. The first thing he notices when he makes it downstairs is a little sticky note on the fridge. He peels it off and reads the note. "I'll be home around 9 o'clock tonight. Have a good day, Izuku. I hope you win your spot with Endeavor." Izuku smiles and places the note inside his hoodie pocket. He would keep that for comfort should he need it today. He grabs his backpack off of the couch on his way to door, and after locking up the house, he heads out on his way. The streets are basically empty, not a single soul in sight. Izuku guesses that he's lucky. He's never been a huge fan of crowds. Izuku pulls up his hoodie and covers his horns absent-mindedly. The cool wind feels odd against them. After a few minutes of walking, Izuku takes out a small set of earphones from his backpack, then places them in his ears and sets them to a low volume. He connects them to his phone and sets them to play Present Mix's new song. Izuku softly hums the tune and turns the walk into a jog. It's very catchy actually, the song. Izuku shuts his eyes for a brief moment and lets the sound of the music be the one thing on his mind. He hears a muffled shout from behind him, barely distinguishable, but he assumes it's a shout only because he can hear it through his earphones. Izuku turns. Katsuki storms towards Izuku, and he looks particularly angry today, which is definitely saying something. "Good morning, Bakugo," Izuku chirps, but he clenches his fists and releases a small amount of smoke out of his mouth. Heading to Hosu? Bakugo snorts, stuffing his hands further into his pockets. He doesn't say anything else, rather storms past Izuku and keeps walking. After he's out of sight, Izuku does the same. While Izuku waits in line to get a ticket for the bullet train, he browses the app Hero Watch, in search of something entertaining to do while he waits. The line moves quickly, and a few articles of happenings in the hero world. Izuku finally boards the train. He sinks down into a window seat and places his yellow backpack into the seat next to him. Izuku taps his claws rhythmically on the ground, in tune to another one of Present Mix songs. It provides a nice distraction. Izuku closes his eyes and snuggles further into his hoodie. He has a hard time feeling warmth, but the soft inside of his jacket is close enough. Something nudges his leg unexpectedly, and Izuku's eyes snap open at once, and he yanks the earbuds from his ears. A little ways away from him stands a very tired-looking man, staring at him. He wears a plain black tracksuit and an abnormally long scarf. The man blankly stares at Izuku for a moment, and Izuku stares back. "Can I sit here?" the man asks, and oh wow, he actually sounds just as tired as he looks. Yikes. Izuku nods, snatching his bag out of the other seat, and the man sits down. For a while, there's awkward silence. And then, Izuku feels something white-hot in the back of his throat. It's a familiar feeling but still unpleasant. He gasps and coughs into his hands. Bright orange embers fly out of his mouth and fizzle out upon contact with his skin, leaving only a mess of ash where they once were. The stranger beside him gives an odd look, and Izuku slowly and awkwardly grabs a wet wipe from his bag and cleans off the ash that cakes his lips and hands. "You okay?" Izuku nods, shrinking in on himself slightly. "Yeah. Happens all the time. Part of my quirk or something." The man nods, tucking into his scarf. "That's an odd quirk," he says absent-mindedly. "I can feel heat rolling off of you from here." Izuku brings his gaze up to the man, then reaches for a notebook in his backpack. "I didn't know it did that," he murmurs, mostly to himself. The man hums in reply before closing his eyes and leaning against the seat. Izuku opens the journal he dug out of his backpack and writes down a little tidbit about his own quirk emitting heat. "You a journalist or something?" Izuku jumps, head whipping around towards the stranger. The man has a single eye open. I mean kind of," Izuku says, shifting awkwardly in his seat. "I just like analyzing people's quirks, is all." The man hums again in agreement and doesn't say anything else for the rest of the trip. The train slows, and Izuku hears the conductor cheerfully announce, "Now arriving at Hosu City, please stay seated until fully stopped," over the intercom. Izuku does as instructed, and once the train is stopped, he shimmies his way out of the seat, mindful not to disturb the sleeping man. He steps onto the aisle and thinks he's successful, right up until a hand reaches out and touches his forearm. Izuku yelps, spinning towards the man who, once again, has only one eye open. "Are you gonna grab your bag?" he drones. "Oh yes." Izuku squeaks, reaching over and snatching his bag off the floor. Thanks." The man mutters a quiet "you're welcome," and Izuku slings his backpack over his shoulder and steps off the train with several other passengers. Immediately, he whips out his phone and begins double-checking the location of the place. It's only a few blocks away, apparently, so Izuku won't have to walk far. Izuku quickly eases into a jog and reaches his destination in no time. There are people standing outside, some chatting, others looking over registration papers they'd, presumably, gotten from inside the building. Most of them are around Izuku's age and all have fire quirks. Izuku stands before the grand building for a long, long moment, surrounded by strangers and not really knowing what to expect from any of this. And then, he takes in a deep breath and enters the building. Izuku enters the building, and the first thing that greets him is sweltering heat. Izuku quickly takes off his jacket and places it into his bag. He lets out a shaky breath and heads towards the registration counter. Izuku approaches the registration counter and is greeted by a woman with a warm smile, who had been handing out papers to other contestants in front of Izuku. "Hello," the lady says warmly. "Do you need a form to fill out?" Izuku bounces from claw to claw, then nods. The woman hands him a paper and a pen and ushers him to go and fill it out. Izuku walks back outside and sits down on a bench. The questions are simple: name, date of birth, quirk. Izuku finishes the form quickly, then returns to the building. Izuku is then greeted by angry, loud, and just plain rude screaming. Izuku cringes and covers his ears while he tries to block it out, then strains his neck to look over a small crowd of people around the person who's screaming. It's Kaken, Izuku miserably realizes. Kaken's palms spark threateningly while he screams at the lady working the registration counter. What the F? Do you mean my quirk isn't right? Kaken shouts at her. Your quirk is listed as explosion, she replies cheerfully while she pushes the paper back into his hands. This only makes Kaken angrier, so he snatches the paper out of her hands and blows it into smithereens with a blast. She smiles, notices Izuku standing in the background with his form, and beckons him over. Izuku gives her the paper, and he taps his claws on the floor anxiously as the lady looks it over. Izuku watches out of the corner of his eye as Kaken begins to stomp his way through the building towards the door. The lady grins at him and hands him a lanyard, decorated with shiny red flames. It has a number on it. You are now officially registered, she announces cheerfully. Izuku slips the lanyard around his neck, thanks her sincerely, then turns and walks towards the center of the building. I wonder where the bathrooms are. Izuku jolts to a stop when a loud explosion sounds off a little ways from him. You let that freak in, but not me? Kaken shouts while pointing at Izuku. His hands continue to spark threateningly all the while. He's a F monster. Kaken shrieks. Izuku trembles slightly and lets out an involuntary puff of smoke. Kaken begins to stomp towards him, but is stopped when two security guards approach and begin guiding him towards the door. Izuku can still hear Kaken's protests, even as he's pushed through the door, and Izuku doesn't dare move until Kaken is out of his sight. Izuku quickly surveys the area, and he decides to sit down and eat some food. It's been a while since he last ate something. Izuku curiously gazes around the huge building. It has a large fountain in the middle, a sitting area, and glass roof that allows sunlight to filter down. Izuku decides on a bench in the center of the area, directly beneath the glass roof. He yawns while he takes out a small bag of chips from his bag and tears it open. Within seconds, the bag is empty. Izuku makes a satisfactory hum, and he tosses the bag into a nearby trash bin. He feels a tingling sensation spread throughout his body, and a second later he shudders, releasing a cloud of smoke involuntarily. After that, Izuku takes out his phone and he browses Hero Watch. All Might isn't spending as much time taking down villains as he used to. Izuku notes quietly while he browses the app. Then a voice rumbles through the building over the intercom. All contestants report to the auditorium immediately. I await your arrival. Izuku's fanboy knowledge tells him who it is immediately. Endeavor, Izuku whisper shouts to himself excitedly. He really is here after all. And then he thinks about the hero's words. An auditorium? Why an auditorium? It said we would be showing off our quirks. A large group of kids with lanyards start to walk towards a door, and when Izuku rises to his feet, his own lanyard glows faintly and chirps in a robotic voice. Please head to the eastmost door. Izuku grabs his bag and silently marvels at the technological wonder around his neck while he follows the device's instructions. A little while later finds him in a large round room, with red plush seats surrounding a stage. Izuku takes a seat near the back, and when the hulking figure of Endeavor walks onto the stage, Izuku focuses every bit of attention he has on listening to the hero's words. You are all here because you want to become heroes, correct? Endeavor questions the group. Some shout in agreement, some nod their heads, and others are quiet. Well, I am here to take one of you in and treat you as my own, Endeavor booms. Under my wing, you will receive training and, if you can prove your worth to me, you may even be admitted to UA. The room is dead silent for a moment or two. Then it explodes with excited shrieks, shouts, and even quirk usage. Izuku covers his mouth. No way in hell. Izuku whisper shouts to himself. The website said training, not getting recommended into U.A. Izuku thinks in a slight frenzy. Endeavor shushes everyone loudly and continues. Only one of you may pass and become my newest project. Endeavor pauses and surveys everyone before continuing. You will be using your quirks to try and destroy a specialized training dummy. That can't be it. This is Endeavor, that isn't all there is to this. Maybe. Izuku's thoughts screech to a halt when suddenly a door is opened to the left, and people immediately get up from their seats and begin to through. Izuku bolts in after them, into the new room. The room is massive, close to 50 feet tall and 60 feet wide. Its floor is made of some sort of metal, supposedly to keep fire damage to a minimum. In the room is a large, tall ring made of thick plastic, and within that ring is a dummy covered in the same metal as the floor. Endeavor looks over the crowd and waits. Then Izuku's lanyard beeps very loudly. Endeavor's eyes then land on Izuku. "You," he barks and points at him. Izuku stares, and tries not to have a heart attack right then and there. "Come here." Izuku does as said, feeling scales begin to blossom on his arms, and walks to Endeavor. Calm down, he soothes himself. Just don't be a nervous wreck for once. Izuku looks up and tries to meet Endeavor's eyes, but that is a bit of a challenge, considering Endeavor stands many feet taller than the already short Izuku. Endeavor crosses his arms and looks down at him. "You are going to try and inflict as much damage as possible onto that dummy in the span of 2 minutes, got it?" Izuku feverishly nods, walks into the ring, and stands in front of the dummy. Faintly, he can hear people whisper through the wall. "Do you think that kid can do it? He looks like a twig. I wonder what his quirk could be?" Izuku quickly tunes them out and focuses on his breathing. He takes deep breaths and slowly releases them. What he needs here is a pure blaze. No ash. No embers. Not a flame. An inferno. Izuku releases a stream of blue flames from his mouth. They actually burn his throat, but it barely phases him. This is his chance to impress Endeavor. This is his chance to become a hero. The dummy is consumed in Izuku's bright blue flames, and horrible hissing sounds bubble up from the dummy as it's slowly melted. Izuku quickly lifts both his hands up and motions them towards himself. A stream of flame shoots towards him, and he slowly begins closing his fist around the stream until the flames resemble a bolt. If Endeavor can make a spear out of flames, why can't I? Izuku retracts his arm, waits a moment, then launches the flaming bolt straight towards the dummy. An ear-piercing screech is heard, and the flames burst through the other side of the dummy's head. The bolt is lodged into the plastic wall of the ring, and a large portion of it melts on impact. Izuku's eyes widen. Did I do it? Izuku quickly refocuses his flames inside of the dummy, and he fries its insides. After a minute, the dummy collapses in on itself, slumping forward into a puddle of ashes and goo that used to be strong metal. Izuku closes his hands, and the flames die out immediately. He stands there, breathing for a little while, then he turns towards Endeavor with a grin, wiping ash off his lips with a hand. Izuku's voice feels like sandpaper against his throat, but it doesn't waver. "How'd I do?" Endeavor smiles menacingly and slow claps. "Not bad." Compared to Izuku's absolutely obliterated dummy, no one melted theirs completely. A girl made of flames sat on the dummy, successfully melting part of its head, until she let out a shrill shriek because the molten metals were burning her. A boy burst into tears, causing teal flames to erupt from his hands. Another kid tried to pull some of Endeavor's flames, resulting in him being disqualified, and a girl took in heat from the air and tried blasting the dummy with it. Only a few of the other kids there actually did much damage. A boy had his arms transform into pillars of flame, letting him keep a safe distance, while doing as much damage as possible. A girl snarls and snaps her fingers. Not a second later, the dummy is engulfed in a swirling mass of purple flames, rising up to 5 feet. She stands there for a good 30 seconds before dark circles begin to form under her eyes. Izuku watches in amazement as she slowly drains her stamina. She snaps her fingers again, but the flames die out. She sways on her feet for a moment before collapsing in a heap on the floor. Izuku winces and moves to help her, but stops when a small team of paramedics help her off the floor, load her onto a stretcher and carry her out of the room. Izuku lets out a sigh of relief, and he slumps back into a sitting position. Only a few more people have go now. It's almost over. Izuku watches the last few people go, and when it's all over, he and the others stand before Endeavor once again. When the group is quiet enough, Endeavor addresses them. One of you will receive a letter within the next week. Endeavor says. He pauses for a long moment, then grins. I'll be waiting. The train ride home is uneventful, as is the walk. Izuku nervously plays with his hair the whole time. By the time Izuku gets home, Inko is already preparing dinner. Izuku unlocks the door to his house and quietly steps inside. I'm home, Mom. He says just loudly enough to alert Inko to his presence. She turns away from her cooking. Katsudon Izuku happily notes and beams. Welcome home, Izuku. She cries and throws her arms around Izuku. How did it go? Did you win? Oh baby, it's okay if you didn't dash. She blabbers on, Katsudon completely forgotten on the stove. Izuku smiles and wraps himself around her, before replying. It's okay, Mom. Izuku smiles before releasing Inko. I think I did pretty good. Inko stares at Izuku for a moment, before she brushes a stray lock of hair out of his face. I'm so lucky to have such an amazing son. She smiles and releases Izuku from her bear-like hug. Izuku enters his room, tosses his bag onto the floor, and collapses onto his bed. Today was tiring. Izuku thinks blearily before the soft feeling of his comforter lulls him to sleep. The week passes by much too slowly for Izuku's liking. The only thing keeping Izuku from going absolutely mad were the hero battles. New pros were making their debuts, so Izuku had something to analyze at least. But, as Izuku makes his way to the mailbox, he is surprised to find a dark red envelope sitting inside. Izuku picks it up, it's wax-sealed, with a fire emblem engraved in the wax. Realization dawns on Izuku, and he bolts back inside, excitedly calling out to his mom. She peeks her head out of the kitchen to look at Izuku, who was now sitting on the couch. What is it, honey? She asks. Izuku carefully takes off the wax seal to the envelope before replying. I think this is the letter. Oh. Inko rushes over from the kitchen to sit next to him. Izuku carefully takes out a small disc, a red button sits on the top of it, Izuku gingerly presses, and he almost has a heart attack, because Endeavor is on a holographic screen in my house. The message crackles to life, and Endeavor's voice booms from the small disc. Midoriya Izuku, this letter is meant to congratulate you on your excellent display of power. You had a good understanding on the way your quirk works, but you lack the skill to use that power. Endeavor pauses and smirks. That is why I chose you, Midoriya Izuku, to become my newest project. Izuku turns slowly to Inko, who is now crying, and he smiles shakily. This is real, right? This isn't a dream? Inko wipes her eyes furiously and she smiles. You did it, Izuku. She hugs him and cards her hands through his curly hair, dodging his horns as she does so. Why, you're so amazing, Izuku. She whispers. Izuku wipes his eyes and he smiles. It's all because of you, Mom. Izuku stands in front of the large mansion, backpack in hand, and he stares at the address on his letter. This says it's the right place. Izuku murmurs to himself, while he checks the address once again. A couple journalists stand outside the large gates, eagerly waiting for someone to come out. Izuku walks up to the gates, and he spots what appears to be a speaker, along with a panel of numbers, presumably to enter a passcode. Izuku rereads his letter again. Maybe there was a passcode somewhere in there? Izuku is yanked out of his thoughts, when suddenly the crowd of journalists rush over to the gate, almost trampling Izuku in the process. Izuku peers over the crowd, just in time to see Endeavor walk out of the house. Izuku pushes his way through the crowd, and he knocks on the gate loudly, smiling apologetically when Endeavor finally sees him. Endeavor strides over to the gate, and he scowls at the journalists. Leave or I'll kick you out myself. He growls, his flames flicker in annoyance. Most of the journalists flee, leaving only Izuku and a few brave others. Endeavor Sir Dash, Izuku starts. State your name. Endeavor interrupts. It's Midoriya Izuku. Izuku says meekly. Endeavor nods and he does something behind the gate, but Izuku can't really tell what. The gate opens, and Endeavor walks Izuku inside the estate, fending off journalists with his, literally, heated glare. Izuku gazes at the scenery, neatly trimmed bushes, lush green grass, and a small pond decorate the estate. Izuku quietly trails behind the fire hero, into the mansion. Izuku grips his bag tightly, a steady stream of smoke billows from his mouth. I am in Endeavor's house. This is real, oh my god. Endeavor raises an eyebrow oblivious to Izuku's silent panic. Wait here. Endeavor orders, Izuku obeys and he sits down on a cool blue couch. A girl with red and white hair waves from the kitchen. Is that Fuyumi? Izuku asks tentatively. She gasps, Izuku? Izuku grins, but he stops when Endeavor enters the room with another person. Shōto trails behind Endeavor. His face is completely neutral and devoid of emotion. Shōto, this is Midoriya Izuku, your new sparring partner. Endeavor introduces and gestures to Izuku. Shōto steps forward, the slightest hint of disbelief flashes across his face before he speaks. My name is Todoroki Shōto. He introduces. Please take care of me. Izuku gulps and replies. And nice to meet you, Shōto. Follow me. Endeavor orders. Izuku does as is told, and he trails silently behind Shōto and Endeavor. They walk until they're greeted by a simple paper door. Endeavor opens it, and inside is a room littered with scorch marks, burnt training dummies, and some weights. Midoriya, have you had any formal training yet? Endeavor questions. Izuku quickly replies, and no, not yet, I was hoping to learn some from you, sir. Endeavor smirks and cracks his knuckles. Well then, lesson 1. Endeavor's hands surround themselves in fire, dodging. Endeavor pulls an arm back. Shōto brings his right hand up, and fire and ice collide. Izuku lets out a strangled noise when a burst of flame erupts from the other side of the ice. Izuku covers his body in scales, and he leaps to the side, narrowly avoiding the blast. It collides with the wall, still burning brightly. Izuku pushes his hand forward, towards the blast, and he closes it. The fire swirls and condenses into a ball, which Izuku pulls towards himself, then launches over the icy wall. Then the wall cracks and fist comes flying through. Izuku only has a second to think, crap, before a large hand grabs one of his horns and yanks. Izuku shrieks and he claws at the hand. The grip only gets tighter, so Izuku bites at the hand. The only response Izuku gets is a surprised grunt before he's thrown onto the floor. Izuku's training with Endeavor gets harder as time goes on. Endeavor does not go easy on him, pushing him every day. Izuku begins to dodge faster after the first 2 weeks. He gets personal training with Endeavor. Shōto always seems uneasy whenever Izuku goes, in order to rein in his flames. 2 months of rigorous training passed before Shōto approached Izuku. Endeavor was called out on an emergency mission a couple minutes into their training. Izuku was allowed to stay at the house. Endeavor said he would be back. Currently he was sitting at their dining room table, writing in his hero analysis journal. Fuyumi was making breakfast. Izuku did always arrive in the mornings. Shōto sits down next to Izuku, and he stares at the horns on Izuku's head. Those are new, Shōto says quietly. Izuku looks over and he smiles shyly. Why yeah, it's a while since we last saw each other. The room is filled with awkward silence after that. Neither of the two knew what to say. Izuku frowned. Hey Shōto. Izuku flips through Shōto's entry in his hero analysis notebook. Could you show me your fire? Fuyumi sputters in the other room, and Shōto freezes up. No, Shōto hisses, I'll never use that monster's power. He finishes. Izuku's frown only gets deeper. It really isn't his power, Shōto. Izuku mumbles while looking down. Shōto glares. Do I have to tell you again, Izuku? Izuku looks up. No, it's just dash. It's just nothing. Shōto cuts him off. Izuku closes his eyes, and he blows out small flame. I have my father's quirk too, Izuku states solemnly, but I don't use it like he did. He looks up at Shōto. I don't care that it's his power, Shōto. It all depends what you do with that power. Izuku finishes. Shōto stares. Are you sure? Shōto asks quietly. Izuku nods furiously, yeah. Shōto looks down at the table. I'll think about it. Izuku dodges a lob of magma, but Endeavor retaliates by sweeping Izuku's feet out from under him. Izuku lands on the mat with a soft oof, and Shōto races over. He glares at Endeavor while he does so. Izuku, are you alright? He asks while pressing a cool hand against Izuku's forehead. Izuku nods, and releases a puff of smoke into the air. I have a couple burns though. Izuku mutters mostly to himself. Izuku swears he can see Shoto's ears smoking, and he waves his hands frantically, and no, I mean I have to train extra hard, right? Izuku smiles sheepishly. The UA entrance exam is only a couple weeks away. Izuku says quickly, hoping to relieve some of Shoto's stress. Shōto sighs and helps Izuku up. Endeavor waits at the other end of the training room. Are you sure you can continue to train? Shōto questions quietly. Izuku nods, and he settles himself down into a defensive stance. Shōto does the same next to Izuku. Come at me with all you got. Endeavor roars, while he lobs a massive fireball at them. A couple minutes later, Izuku is flat on the mat. Shōto suffers the same fate not too long later. They were both strong, sure, but against Endeavor? Yeah, they weren't gonna win anytime soon. Endeavor crosses his arms. You didn't go down as fast this time, you're improving, Midoriya. Endeavor states. Izuku beams at the praise. It's all because of you, sir. Izuku chirps. Endeavor smirks, but it soon vanishes into a thoughtful look. Which hero course do you plan on attending, Midoriya? Izuku doesn't even have to think for a second. Of course, they're the finest hero course in the world. You went there and so did All Might Dash. Endeavor shushes Izuku loudly. Good, I plan to get you in on recommendations. Izuku freezes up, and so does Shōto. Why, you already done so much for me, sir, you don't need to do that. Izuku squeaks while covering his face. Endeavor's flames flick around. Do you think you can handle the entrance exams? Endeavor questions. Izuku nods furiously, and he pumps his fist into the air. Of course, with you training me it'll be a breeze. Endeavor grins. If you say so. Izuku dashes through the streets hurriedly. He bounced on his claws impatiently at a crosswalk. Izuku heard the sounds of a hero fighting. A loud roar alerted him to the villain's presence. A crowd of people stood around the fighting. I'll be late to work today, there's a villain in the way. One man says while holding a phone to his ear. A group of girls cheer on the hero, Kamui Woods. Izuku murmurs to himself. He pushes his way through the crowd, eagerly taking notes the whole time. Oh, this is gonna be good. Izuku excitedly whisper shouts to himself. He holds his fists up to his chest. Kamui Woods may be a new hero, but he's making a big name for himself. Izuku gushes. The old man next to him smirks. Well, I look at that dopey grin and I know what you are. He pauses and grins. A fanboy. He chuckles. Izuku blushes and plays with a piece of his hair. Sorta. Kamui Woods lands in front of the villain. Assault, robbery, and illegal use of powers during rush hour traffic. He throws out his hand. You are the incarnation of evil. He announces loudly, while he swings an arm up to his side, the wood on his suit beings to branch out. Izuku bounces from claw to claw excitedly. There's his special move. Izuku points to Kamui. Come on, tree man, show us something flashy. The old man shouts. Izuku shouts along with Kamui. Lacquered chains prison dash. Canyon cannon. A lady about 5 stories tall slams into the villain, sending them flying. Izuku freezes mid-sentence, and so does Kamui. A bunch of people step forward with their cameras, mostly men. She stands up and waves. My name is Mount Lady, and it's nice to make your acquaintance. She winks and keeps the villain down with a large foot. Don't worry about this guy, she motions to the villain. I've got him covered. Kamui stands in place frozen. He stares at Mount Lady. She's seriously taking the credit? Izuku shakes his head. Mount Lady shrinks. She waves all the way down. Soon the villain is restrained and placed inside a police vehicle to be taken away. Izuku scribbles in his notebook while the old man next to him laughs. You're taking notes too? He grins goofily. You want to be a hero? Izuku smiles brightly. Weiss, more than anything. The teacher looks down at a stack of papers disinterestedly. So as third-year students, you all have to start thinking seriously about your futures. He pauses and sweeps his gaze across the room. I could pass out some career aptitude tests, but why bother? He grins and tosses the papers into the air. I know you all want to be heroes. The class cheers and everyone uses their quirks. Izuku smiles and blows out some smoke. Yes, you all have some very impressive quirks. He gives everyone a stern look. But you can't use them in school. Hey, don't bunch me in with these rejects. Bakugo tilts back in his chair. I'm the real deal, but these extras would be lucky to end up with some busted D-lister. You think you're better than us, huh? A girl with flames for hair shouts. Bakugo is so rude. A boy with stretchy fingers adds. The other students shout and scream at Bakugo, but he just smirks. Come at me, I could take you all on. The teacher shushes them all again, before a look of disbelief crosses his face. Huh, you've got impressive test results. Maybe you will make it into UA. He's aiming for you? He's gonna try for the national school? I heard the entrance rates are really low. Bakugo jumps onto his desk. That's why it's the only place worthy of me. He taps his chest with his thumb. I aced all the mock tests. I'm the only one in this school who even has a chance at getting in. He declares. I'll be more popular than All Might, so that's why I'm going to UA High. He finishes and explosions crackle in his palms. The teacher looks down at a paper. Oh yeah, Midoriya, don't you want to go to UA too? The classroom is silent for a couple seconds. Do you think they'll let a villain's kid in? A girl with brown hair whispers. They do background checks, so I don't think so. The boy with long fingers replies. Do we even know what his quirk is? Another adds. Bakugo jumps over his desk and he slams his hands on Izuku's desk, letting out loud explosions. Izuku instinctively dodges, and he covers his arms in scales, ready to strike. What am I doing? Izuku falls out of his fighting stance, and he faces Bakugo. When did I start seeing Bakugo as a threat? Bakugo stalks towards Izuku. Listen up, Deku. I don't know what the F you're even thinking. He slams his palms on Izuku's desk. You're worse than the bunch of these DMN rejects. Bakugo lets off another round of explosions. Do you really think they'd let someone like you in when they could have me? He finishes loudly. Izuku shrinks into himself slightly. And no way, you've got it all wrong. Bakugo stalks closer. I don't want to compete with you. Izuku smiles shakily. It's always been my dream as a kid to be a hero Kakendash. You'd never be able to stand with the best of the best, Bakugo interrupts. You'd die in the exams. 8:02 a.m. that morning. A gelatinous monster of sludge weaved its way through the city. It flew past building and went through street signs. Yagi Tashinori exits the supermarket. He spots the beast, and he transforms into All Might. Do not fear, citizens, for I am here. He flashes a thumbs up to the civilians, and he gives chase. Izuku browses his phone idly. That fight from this morning is all over the news. Izuku pauses and he grabs his hero analysis notebook. I should write down some notes before I forget. Hadash. Bakugo snatches Izuku's notebook from him, earning a strangled cry from Izuku. I don't know what you think you're doing, Deku, but we're not done here. Two of Bakugo's lackeys snicker behind him. Whatcha got his diary? They peer over Bakugo's shoulder and read the title. He's seriously taking notes to become a hero? They laugh. That's so pathetic it's almost sad. Izuku stands up from his seat. He makes a grab for the journal, but is stopped by one of Bakugo's hands. Izuku's fighting training kicks in unconsciously. Izuku can feel it before he sees it. He swiftly reaches out a hand, just in time to pull the heat from Bakugo's explosions towards himself. Bakugo stares dumbly at Izuku. Izuku takes that chance to grab the notebook and place it inside his bag. What the Deku? Bakugo growls menacingly. Izuku closes. His hand and the head disperses. I was defending myself Kakin. He mutters. Bakugo shakes his head. Never effigy mind. He slaps a hand on Izuku's shoulder. Izuku's fingers twitch and the heat is pulled away. Don't try to apply for UA fucker, or else. Izuku doesn't want to stand here paralyzed by fear. He wants to do something. Anything. So he does. Izuku roughly pushes Bakugo away from him. I'll be going now. Izuku hisses as he grabs his bag and leaves the classroom. Izuku walks swiftly outside, and he thinks back to the video of All Might's debut that gave him so much joy as a kid. It makes him smile and cheers him up slightly. He knows those words by heart. His mom joked that he probably added 1,000 views alone because of how often he watched it. Izuku stops before walking under a bridge. I won't let anyone's opinions stop me from being a hero. I already have help from Shōto and Endeavor. I can do this. Izuku pumps his fist in the air and he laughs deeply in an imitation of All Might. Izuku stops abruptly when he hears something drop behind him. He turns his head. Medium-sized suit, not too bad. The thing mumbles. Izuku turns and bolts. His feet help him immensely, but he can't outrun the sludge. Help dash. Izuku doesn't get to finish his sentence, because that gunk is forcing itself down his throat. Izuku lets go of his bag and he claws at the monster. Izuku can feel scales cover his body, probably due to stress. The slime's eyes peer down at Izuku through its body. If you'd stop struggling, it would only take 45 seconds or so. The slime peers at the road in front of it. It won't hurt for too long if you just give up. Izuku wants to run his mouth and scream. He needs someone, anyone to save him. I don't want to die. A pothole lid busts open in the tunnel. Izuku fights to stay conscious, but dark splotches creep in his vision. They expand until Izuku can't see anything anymore. Do not fear, citizen, because I am here. Yagi, or rather All Might, blasts his way through the sludge villain with a Texas smash. He quickly scoops up the villain into a bottle, and the eyes glare at him. He shoves the bottle in his cargo pants. He's been following this med villain all day. It's used up most of his time for today, so he needs to finish up quickly. Oh no. All Might stops. A little boy, he can't be older than 14, is laying motionless in a puddle of that stuff. He walks over. Please let him be okay. Please let him be okay. He turns the boy over and the boy begins hacking up that gunk. All Might pats his back, hoping to comfort the boy in some way. The boy heaves for a couple minutes, and then he falls limp in his arms. All Might takes in the boy's appearance. Draconic features like horns, claws, and scales are all present on the boy. Possibly a mutant quirk? The boy also has fluffy hair. It looks soft to the touch. And All Might would be lying if he said he didn't feel a strong urge to touch it. The boy stirs in his arms and he prepares his signature smile. The boy groans in his arms. He cracks an eye open. It resembles a dragon's eye. All Might notes. All Might. The fan then. The boy squirms in his hold, and All Might lets him down. I'm glad you're all right, young man. He laughs. I have to go, so please stay safe. All Might prepares to jump off. Before he does, he feels a small weight grab onto his leg. Oh shit. Hey, let go. All Might shouts, while he presses a large hand onto Midoriya's head. Izuku tightens his hold on All Might's leg. If I let go, I'll die. Izuku shouts. All Might stops pushing. Oh yeah. He carefully lands on a nearby rooftop. If you bang on that door over there, someone should let you down eventually. Now I really have to go dash. All Might is interrupted when Izuku shouts. See, can I be a hero if my dad was a villain? All Might turns around, and he faces Izuku. Izuku looks down and he clenches his fists. I have his quirk, and I don't know if heroics would accept me because of my heritage. All Might panics when suddenly steam starts to envelope his form. Sheet. He curses in English. His form is dissolving fast. How the hell is he gonna get out of here? The boy is still looking down, poor thing. The boy looks up. He shoots a panicked look around. Where did All Might go? Yagi tries to reply. I am All Might dash. But instead he ends up having blood gush out of his mouth. The boy shrieks. Yagi sighs. Then the kid grabs something from his bag. Sir, are you okay? He hands Yagi a wet wipe. How kind. Yagi wipes his face with it. I'm fine. The boy doesn't look convinced. To answer your question, my boy, the child looks up. Heroics is dangerous, and you'd probably be targeted because of your old man. The boy looks absolutely devastated. Yagi lifts up his shirt, and the boy flinches. I was targeted, and because of that I got this scar. Yagi murmurs. But if you really want to, the kid looks up. Yagi smiles. Go for it. The boy smiles shakily. I'll try my best, sir. Yagi gives the boy a thumbs up. I'll keep your word for it. Yagi rummages around in his pockets. I need to turn the guy in. He pulls out both pockets. Yagi and the boy stare at each other. An explosion sounds off in the distance, and they both bolt for the door. Surprisingly, it's unlocked, and they both sprint down the stairs. Izuku is faster than All Might, much faster, so he gets to the scene way before he does. Hey, oh, what's happening? Izuku asks. A man turns around and he looks worried. A kid is trapped inside that villain's body. Izuku pushes his way to the front of the crowd. Izuku covers his mouth with both hands when he sees what's before him. The slime monster, and a person trying to escape it. Specifically, that person is Kaken. Izuku watches the heroes. Kamui Woods is trying to get in close, but Kaken's explosions are being turned towards the heroes. Most of the heroes are focused on taking out the fires, so nobody is trying to save Bakugo. Izuku steps forward and he taps Death Arm's shoulder. Death Arms doesn't even turn around when he answers. I don't have time to give you an autograph, Dash. No, I don't want an autograph, Izuku shouts. I can help you. Izuku says desperately. This gets Death Arm's attention, and he turns around. I can take out the fires, please let me help. Death Arms looks back at the scene, then back to Izuku. I don't think so, we'll just have to wait for another hero to get here, Dash. There won't be anyone to save by the time another hero gets here. Izuku shouts. So, please let me help. Izuku pleads. Death Arms reels back slightly and he looks at Manuel. Manuel just shrugs. Go ahead. Izuku steps forward, and he reaches both of his hands forward. The flames surrounding the sludge monsters start to flicker, and soon they start to creep towards Izuku. Izuku's nose begins to bleed, but he continues. Izuku closes his hands, and the flames dissipate into smoke. Izuku wipes his forehead shakily, unaware of Yagi silently watching him from the crowd. Death Arms and a couple other heroes look towards Izuku. He gives them a shaky smile and a thumbs up. The rest of the heroes focus their efforts on getting Bakugo out, and a couple minutes later Bakugo is safe and sound, and the sludge villain is inside a police vehicle. Izuku is sat down inside an ambulance and is given a quick checkup. Death Arms peeks inside and he grins. How are you holding up? Izuku smiles. I'm alright, I just have a bit of a headache. Death Arms sighs and he looks at Izuku. Thanks for helping us out there, kid. You'll be a great hero someday with a quirk like that. After talking to the heroes, Izuku gets off scot-free because Death Arms technically gave him permission to help. Deku! Izuku turns around and is met with a furious Kaken. I didn't ask for your effing help. Kaken shrieks. Izuku takes a step back. You looked like you needed it. Izuku mumbles. Well, I don't if I owe you anything. Kaken states before he storms off. Izuku waits until he can't see Kaken anymore. He begins to walk towards his house, but is interrupted by All Might zooming out of an alleyway in front of Izuku. He shifts out of his form a couple seconds later and he coughs up blood. Hello, young. Yagi pauses. I don't even know his name. Midoriya. My name is Midoriya Izuku. Izuku mumbles shyly. Yagi grins and rubs the back of his neck. Midoriya, I have an offer for you. Izuku cannot believe what he is hearing. All Might wants to give his quirk to me. Izuku falls to his knees, and he stares up at Yagi. Are you sure? Izuku's voice cracks at the end. Yagi grins, and sets a hand on Izuku's shoulder. I've never been more sure, kid. Yagi's tone turns more serious. Do you accept this power and all the responsibilities that come with it? Izuku wipes at his eyes, and he answers quickly. Yes, I accept. After Izuku stops crying, it takes a while. Yagi gives Izuku his number and tells him to meet him at Dagoba Beach the next morning. Izuku immediately puts the number in his phone and soon he's back on his way back home. Izuku enters the house, and he feels like he's on cloud 9, despite all the events that went down that day. "I'm home, Mom." He calls out cheerily. He hears the stove being turned off, and then Inko rushes over to the door to meet him. "Izuku-ku." She tackles him in a bear hug. "I saw the news, why didn't you say anything?" "Are you alright, Dash?" "I'm okay, Mom." Izuku laughs nervously. "Am I in trouble?" Inko looks him dead in the eyes. "Yes," she deadpans. Izuku groans. "But only for not texting me that you were alive." Inko gives him a half-hearted glare, and she pulls him over to the table. "You will eat dinner like the healthy boy you are, then you will go to bed." Inko places her hands on her hips. "Understood." Izuku nods. "Yes, ma'am." Dinner is a nice and quiet affair, only the sounds of clinking silverware are heard. Inko looks up from her food at Izuku, who's been scarfing down his meal down the whole time. "Honey." Izuku looks up from his food. "I'm so proud of you." Inko smiles and she picks up her plate. Izuku blushes and smoke steadily rises from his mouth. "Thanks, Mom." Izuku stutters out before grabbing his plate. Inko takes the plate from his hands. She smiles. "Go to bed, honey, I'll do the dishes." "But Dash," Izuku starts. "That's an order, young man." Inko interrupts. Izuku sighs and thanks her before heading to his room. Upon opening the door to his room, the posters of All Might smile down at him, and Izuku has to check his contacts just to make sure that, yes, you just met All Might, and yes, he gave you his phone number. Izuku smiles and sets his phone down on his desk. He takes a quick shower, changes into pajamas, All Might themed of course, and falls asleep on top of his comforter. Inko would later come in and tuck him in, but Izuku doesn't need to know that. Izuku is startled awake by his alarm. He kicks off the covers covering his claws and glances at the time. 6 in the morning? He mutters under his breath. It's only Saturday, so why would he set an alarm? Izuku flops back into bed, and he closes his eyes. Izuku then sits up, stiff as a board. All Might. Izuku bolts out of bed, and quickly changes into a tank top and some shorts, grabs his phone, hero analysis journal, and a bag of spicy chips for later. He stumbles downstairs and finds his mom cooking breakfast. "I gotta go." She doesn't know about All Might, Izuku thinks in a slight frenzy. "Early training today, bye." He zooms out the door before she can reply and sprints over to the beach. The lanky figure of Toshinori greets him when he gets there and the man's eyes seem to widen? Izuku can't quite tell. Yagi's eyes are very sunken. Izuku wipes off sweat from his forehead and lets out a puff of smoke from his nose. Yagi claps his hands together. "Just on time, I was afraid you wouldn't show." Izuku shakes his head furiously. "Why wouldn't I show up? I mean, you're All Might, the man, the legend. And you want to train me? I mean, it's amazing, Dash." Izuku gestures wildly with his hands. Yagi chuckles. Izuku slaps a hand over his mouth. Sorry." Yagi laughs harder, and promptly spits up blood. He wipes it off his chin and sighs. "Anyways, young Midoriya, I need to know what your quirk can do." Izuku looks around for a moment before replying. "Is it really safe to do it?" Izuku gestures to the mounds of trash surrounding them. "Here." Yagi nods. "There is a reason why I brought you here." He stops for a moment, before transforming into his muscle form. Heroes used to do other things besides taking down villains. All Might strides over to a rusted fridge. They did mundane tasks like picking up trash on the side of the road, saving a cat from a tree, or cleaning up a park. All Might pats the fridge, then crushes it beneath his fist. Izuku gets to see a small glimpse of the horizon on the other side. These heroes did not take any praise at all for their good deeds. It clicks in Izuku's mind. Am I going to clean up this beach? Izuku questions while he looks around. All Might shifts out of his muscle form and replies. Exactly, we need to build you some muscle before you can inherit one for all. Yagi then murmurs in a lower tone, and it's just a good thing to do. Izuku sends a questioning look at Toshinori. But I do have muscles. Izuku gestures to his arms, legs, and chest. The first thing Endeavor did was help Izuku build up muscle. Toshinori spits up blood and laughs. Well, that's one problem solved. Izuku grins sheepishly while he rubs at his horns. All Might's smile falls just the tiniest bit. But I still have to see what your quirk can do. Yagi takes a few steps back and he points to a fridge. Go nuts. Oh. Izuku mumbles dumbly. Izuku approaches the fridge and focuses on the calm warmth in his stomach. It's always been there, sitting waiting to be used. Izuku calls upon it and takes a deep breath. Izuku shoots a jet of flames out of his mouth towards the fridge. The flames slam into the surface, but before they can dissipate, Izuku reaches his hands forward. He pulls the flames back to himself. Izuku closes his hands and the flames dissipate. Yagi claps, and Izuku blushes furiously at the small gesture. Izuku feels a slight tingling creep along his arms. He looks down and they're steadily being covered in shimmering scales. Yagi walks over and he investigates the fridge. The surface is a charcoal black and it's slowly falling apart. Yagi turns and he pats Izuku on the back. Excellent job, my boy. Izuku stumbles forward and he smiles shyly. Yagi claps his hands together and smiles. Now we can start properly training you to receive one for all. Izuku grins and wipes ash off his lips. Then begins his 10 months of hell. A couple days in, Izuku realizes that training with Yagi and Endeavor is literal hell. With the entrance exams coming up in 10 months, Endeavor is pushing Izuku more than ever. Add on cleaning an entire beach, and Izuku barely has enough strength to eat dinner after he gets home. But it's all worth it. Izuku reminds himself while he hauls a broken microwave over to Yagi's truck. 3 months of cleaning the beach has really paid off. Izuku's already gained more muscle and he can lift up All Might in his muscle form. Izuku wipes sweat off his forehead and sighs. All Might approaches Izuku. The #1 hero seems to be smiling genuinely. Young Midoriya. Izuku looks up at All Might. I believe it is time I gave you my power. Izuku's eyes widen and he stares at All Might. All Might plucks a blonde strand of hair from the V on his head. Eat this. Izuku stands stock still. Are you serious? All Might nods. In order for you to inherit my power, you must ingest some of my din. All Might's expression then becomes more of a grimace. And frankly, this is the least disgusting way I could think of. Izuku numbly takes the hair from All Might. He looks at it, then shoves it in his mouth. Hisashi stares silently at the burning prison. He blows out a puff of smoke while watching it burn. A swirling warp gate sits behind him. Hisashi takes one last look at the prison that held him captive for so long, then steps inside the warp. Izuku's claws pound against the concrete as he races back to the beach the next day. He can't keep himself from smiling when he sees Yagi, who smiles back at him. You seem excited, my boy. Yagi comments teasingly as he walks up to Izuku. Izuku nods energetically while he bounces from claw to claw. Yagi transforms into his muscle form and he laughs deeply. Now let's see if we can bring out one for all. Izuku practically buzzes with excitement as he walks down the stairs to the beach with All Might. All Might leads Izuku to a small and secluded area of the beach. It's already been cleared out, which is strange. All Might walks to one end of the area, and he points Izuku over to the other side. One of the best ways to bring out one for all is. All Might pauses and he crouches down into an offensive position. By fighting. All Might finishes as he launches at Izuku, who's having very vivid déjà vu at the moment, making all the trash surrounding them quake. Izuku lets his panic materialize into scales on his body as he tries to dodge All Might's attack. He ends up getting a nasty punch to the gut that sends him reeling. Izuku cradles his side. Ow, 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 ow. He hisses. All Might looks genuinely worried as he walks over to see if Izuku is alright. My boy, he starts. I'm sorry, Dash. A stream of flame shoots from Izuku's mouth. He opens his arms wide, causing the flames to split in two. He claps his hands together, and All Might is enveloped in flames. All Might laughs and with one clap the flames are dispersed. Izuku lets out a strangled noise when he's suddenly enveloped in a hug of death. All Might holds him up and in air. Izuku struggles, but he can't move. Somebody help me. All Might chuckles and looks a struggling Izuku in the eyes. Do you forfeit? Izuku nods vigorously, and All Might sets him down on the sand gently. Izuku takes a few deep breaths and sighs. That didn't work. I'm sorry. Izuku murmurs apologetically. All Might shifts out of his muscle form and pats Izuku's shoulder. It's nothing to be worried about, my boy. Yagi assures Izuku softly. Izuku sits down against a small pile of trash. He leans his head back, and his horns brush against a sheet of plastic. A small rumble passes through the sand, and Izuku looks up. Time slows down. A rusted beam is loose and is going to fall straight onto Yagi's head. Izuku's eyes widen. It feels like fire is coursing through his veins, but it doesn't hurt. The air is static for a moment, before blue lightning flickers and dances around Izuku. Izuku launches himself towards Yagi, and he tackles him, narrowly avoiding the pillar. Izuku lets out a breath he didn't know he was holding, and the lightning around him fizzles out. Yagi helps Izuku up, and he smiles softly. Thank you, my boy. Izuku feels horrible, but he smiles regardless. Why, you're welcome. Izuku stutters out, his legs feel like jelly, and he's leaning heavily on Yagi. Yagi smiles proudly down at Izuku. My boy, you just used one for all. Izuku looks up at the symbol of peace, then to the hole where he was sitting a couple seconds ago. Izuku gapes at it for a minute. I did that? He questions quietly. Yagi nods. I'm surprised you could use it without injury. He looks down at Izuku's legs for a moment. Mostly. Anyways. Wah. Izuku looks down and his face scrunches up. Both of his legs are bruised and red, his ankles hurt as well, probably from pushing off the ground. Oh. Izuku stutters while trembling on shaky legs. Yagi steadies Izuku and smiles apologetically. I should have told you sooner. You think? Izuku mumbles. The symbol of peace gives Izuku a hurt look. One for all is pure, unrestrained power. It's a stockpiling quirk, so it may take some time to get used to. The blonde gestures to Izuku's arms. That's also why you needed to have muscle before you could inherit my power. He cringes. Your limbs would have blown off with one use if you didn't. Oh. Izuku mutters, slightly horrified. Do you think you can make it home? Yagi questions. Izuku nods. I can't be a burden to All Might. It's just a little sore, it's not that bad. The blonde nods and sends Izuku on his way back home with a gentle pat on the back. Izuku enters the Todoroki household and he sets his bag down on the couch. Good morning, Fuyumi. Izuku chirps. Fuyumi looks up from her cooking. Good morning, Izuku. She replies softly. Izuku yawns and rubs at his legs. They were still sore from yesterday's training with All Might. He was really a menace when it came to sparring. But after receiving one for all, he should be able to use it. Izuku flexes his fingers and focuses on a small thrum of energy under his skin. It had appeared when he first activated one for all and hadn't gone away since. Izuku looks up at the paper door leading further into the mansion. I feel a disturbance in the force, Izuku thinks wearily. Shōto peeks through the door, and he lets out a relieved breath upon seeing his sister and Izuku. Good morning. Shōto says quietly. Mornings. Izuku then looks up and snickers at Shōto. The fine line in Shoto's hair separating white from red is completely gone, bits of red and white crossing over to the other side. Bedhead much? Izuku says teasingly. Shōto glances at Izuku and raises a white eyebrow. Like you're one to talk. Izuku runs a hand through his curly hair. At least I don't look like a strawberry sundae. Shōto rolls his eyes and plops down on the couch next to Izuku. My old man will be up soon. Shōto murmurs. As if on cue, heavy footsteps sound within the mansion. Izuku and Shōto both stand up. See ya, Fuyumi. Izuku waves and the two head towards the training room. Why does it always end up like this? Izuku ponders while he tries to wrestle Endeavor to the ground. The man puts up a hell of a fight and doesn't even look tired. Izuku on the other hand is sweating, aching, and trying his best not to be crushed by the flame hero. Endeavor grabs Izuku's horns, it's a dirty tactic, and in retaliation, Izuku snarls and socks Endeavor in the face with a scaly hand. Endeavor then swats Izuku with a blast of flame in return, and Izuku lets out a smoky yelp as his arm is burnt. Ow ow ow. Izuku hisses as he cradles his arm. He hops backwards to stand next to Shōto, who promptly ices the burn. The greenette may be fire-resistant, but he isn't fireproof. Endeavor's flames flick in annoyance. You are better than this. The flame hero growls while stalking over. Your training has been less than stellar lately. Izuku tries to call upon his flames, but all he can get out is a few embers and some smoke. He coughs. Did I not eat anything spicy for breakfast? Izuku thinks in a slight frenzy. Izuku curses his forgetfulness and gets into a defensive position. Ice creeps up Shoto's left arm as he prepares to attack. Endeavor's hands light up in blue flames and he lunges towards Izuku. Golden tendrils wrap around Izuku's body and he slams into Endeavor horns first, sending him flying into a wall. A large shockwave follows, nearly knocking Izuku off of his feet. Endeavor leaves a dent in the wall when he hits and falls to the ground. Shōto twists around. He faces towards Izuku, who is now breathing heavily, rubbing at his horns, and murmuring "ow" over and over again. Endeavor gets up off the ground and stares at Izuku. What the hell was that? Endeavor questions harshly. They don't know about One for All. Izuku stays silent, and the golden glow around him fades. Well? Endeavor prompts. I have a duel. Quirk. Izuku blurts out suddenly. And you haven't told me this until now? Endeavor roars. It wasn't relevant up until now. Yes, sir. Izuku flinches as Endeavor approaches. The temperature in the training room has lowered, despite the flame hero being there. Shoto's left side crackles dangerously with ice and he growls. Leave him alone. Endeavor turns to look at his son and sighs. This does not concern you. Leave. Shōto stays still for a moment, before reluctantly walking over and opening the paper door. He stops and looks back to Izuku. He says nothing, but Izuku knows what that look means. Stay safe. Shōto exits the training room and shuts the paper door behind him. Izuku swallows his nerves and turns around to face the fire hero. Endeavor crosses his arms and the flames surrounding him flicker before they increase in ferocity. Show me the other half of your quirk now. Endeavor shouts. Izuku flinches at the volume, but compiles regardless. Izuku metaphorically grabs the power inside of him, letting golden tendrils crawl up his body and curl around his horns. Izuku shakes under the sheer force of One for All. Endeavor walks around Izuku, inspecting the shaking teenager as if he was some type of bug. What does your second quirk do? Endeavor questions. Izuku has to think about that for a moment before replying. It's an enhancement quirk. A breath. Mostly speed and strength dash, a breath. But it takes a lot out of me. Izuku finishes, short of breath. Endeavor pushes against Izuku with a hand. The boy stumbles slightly and his control on One for All slips. Go home. Endeavor pauses and side-eyes Izuku. I need to assess some things. Endeavor grunts. Izuku nods, and he hurriedly exits the room, closing the paper door behind him. Izuku almost slams into Shōto as he enters the living room. Did he hurt you? Shōto asks worriedly. Shōto, he is going to kill me. Izuku replies while he lightly tugs on his hair. I'm going to be barbecue chicken and I'm going to be fed to a turkey and I'm going to be eaten for dinner dash. Izuku grabs a pillow off of the couch and screams into it. Shōto watches on, confused and slightly worried for his green-haired friend. Then, after a moment of screaming, Izuku gets an idea. Maybe All Might could help. Shōto, follow me. Izuku says hurriedly before racing out of the door. Izuku races down the steps to Dagoba Beach, with Shōto hot on his heels. Yagi looks up, and sunken eyes widen at the sight of Shōto. My boy, why are you here so early? The blonde says confused. Izuku runs up to Yagi and hurriedly explains. This is Shōto. I trust him with my life. Shōto fidgets slightly when Izuku says that. And he needs to know about One for All. Young Midoriya, are you sure about this? The blonde pauses, and his eyes fall onto Shōto, whose face is as blank as ever. You know what this secret entails, and what would happen if someone with ill intentions got this information correct? Izuku nods. Shōto won't reveal anything to Endeavor. Yagi coughs harshly into his hand before replying. Was it that obvious? Yes, painfully so. Izuku deadpants. Shōto fidgets awkwardly behind Izuku. Are you done talking about my father? Izuku spins around apologizing. Yeah, sorry about that. Yagi straightens up and transforms into All Might in the blink of an eye. Shōto blinks. Twice. Izuku, be honest with me here. Shōto looks Izuku dead in the eyes. Am I hallucinating? That startles a laugh out of the horned boy. And no, he's real. All Might walks up behind Izuku, and his tone turns serious. My boy, you absolutely cannot share this information with anybody. It will put you and young Midoriya's lives at risk. All Might bends down to Shoto's eye level and he reaches out a hand. Will you promise me that? Shōto takes a deep breath and takes his hand. I promise. 2 days earlier, Izuku slammed into Toshinori, nearly sending the man into the ocean. What's happening to me? Izuku shrieked as he gestured wildly to the 2 enormous, green, and leathery wings now protruding from his back. The blonde stared for a minute, before sitting Izuku down on the sand. Another thing I forgot to tell you. Izuku glared angrily at the tall man, who had the decency to look apologetic. One for All affects your quirk, so in addition to your quirk being stronger. The blonde gestured to Izuku's wings calmly. The rate in which your quirk progresses is affected as well. Izuku buried his head into his hands and screamed. How am I supposed to deal with this? My boy, I've never had wings, so I don't have a clue on how I'm supposed to help you with. The blonde glanced at Izuku's wings. That. Toshinori thought for a moment. Consider seeing a quirk specialist. Izuku sighed defeatedly. Those appointments are expensive. Izuku curled his wings in on himself. The man patted Izuku reassuringly on the back. I can pay for it. Izuku's head shot up. I am the reason it's happening. Izuku considered for a moment. Only because I don't have any options. Izuku grumbled. Toshinori smiled and began to guide Izuku towards a pile of trash. And that's why Izuku was currently sitting on a beanbag in a court counselor's office, wings folded tightly around himself. Inko keeps sending Izuku worried glances as she waits for the court counselor. Izuku spends the time browsing through Hero Watch, occasionally muttering facts about the heroes he knows. The door opens and a tall, dark-skinned woman enters the room holding a clipboard. Her hair is a soft shade of pink, and small white flowers grow on the strands of hair. Hello, Inko Midoriya. She says softly. She turns. Ah, Izuku, it's a pleasure to meet you. She takes a seat in the chair next to the winged boy. My name is Kara Austin, and I'm from America. Izuku lets his wings flop down to rest on the beanbags surrounding him. So, you said these wings appeared over the span of a month, correct? Izuku nods. Do you know how it started? She asks. Izuku runs a hand over his wings, and he nods. My back started itching really badly a month ago. Izuku murmurs. Kara nods and writes something on her clipboard. Go on, dear. Then scales started growing in between my shoulder blades. I didn't pay too much attention to them. Izuku pauses looking for the right words. Patches of scales like these. Izuku points to the long line of scales growing on his face. Happen randomly. Izuku explains. Kara nods and listens patiently. Then 2 spiky things grew out of the patch of scales. Izuku runs a hand through his hair. Then they just turned into wings. Izuku exclaims. Kara writes something else on her clipboard before turning back to Izuku. So do you mind if I run a few tests? She asks kindly. It's all right, I guess. Izuku murmurs. The testing isn't too bad. The group of 3 go out to a courtyard and have Izuku stretch his wings to their maximum length, see if he can fly, and see if he can spread scales across his wings. Izuku returns home exhausted, with aching wings, and an entire wardrobe to rebuy. Izuku walks into his bathroom and studies himself in the mirror. I'm so weird. Izuku murmurs as he gently feels his wings. Izuku sighs and takes a picture with his phone. It shows him smiling sheepishly while his wings are halfway spread out. He sends it to Shōto and hops into bed. 1 week. 1 week until the entrance exams. Endeavor has stopped Izuku's training completely, saying something about a league of villains. Izuku's been practicing flying with his new wings. It's very tricky getting the hang of gliding. At least I can take off now. Izuku thinks to himself. Shoto's been observing Izuku's flight training, making sure he doesn't die or something. Izuku's already finished cleaning up the beach, so there isn't much more to do. The week passes by in a blur, and suddenly, it's Friday. Shōto pats a nervous Izuku on the back awkwardly, easily avoiding his wings. You'll do fine, Izuku. Izuku looks up at Shōto. But this is you. Izuku whisper shouts while gawking at the large building. Light blue-tinted windows reflect the sun beautifully, and 2 large towers cast a dark shadow over the school grounds. It makes Shōto feel small. Here, Shōto lightly pulls Izuku along. If it helps dash, Shōto pauses. I'll walk you to the building. Izuku stays silent for a moment before he replies. Thanks, Shōto. But I think I can do this myself. Shōto nods and begins to walk away, but he stops and turns around. Good luck, Izuku, though I doubt you'll need it. Izuku beams back at Shōto, and he looks towards the entrance of Yui. This is my start. It's time to take my first true step to becoming a hero. Izuku takes a deep breath, and he begins walking towards Yui. And promptly trips. Welp, guess I'll die. Izuku shuts his eyes, and covers his body in scales, expecting to faceplant into the stony ground, but instead of dying, someone touches his wings. Suddenly feeling of weightlessness encompasses him. Huh? Izuku looks up and is met with a kind smile and rosy cheeks. Hi, sorry for using my quirk on you without your consent. The girl reaches out a hand and she pulls Izuku upright. It would be bad luck if you tripped before the exams. The angel in disguise chirps. Izuku is too dumbfounded to respond, so he just nods. Then, the girl touches her fingertips together, and Izuku's weightlessness is suddenly gone, and he falls gently to the ground. Oh! The girl exclaims. I forgot to tell you my name, it's Uraraka Ochako, nice to meet you. She reaches out a hand, and Izuku takes it. Midoriya Izuku, it's a pleasure to meet you, Uraraka. Izuku stutters out. Well, we should probably get going, Midoriya. Ochako says hurriedly. Yeah, let's go. Izuku replies as he starts to walk towards you, Ochako hot on his heels. Izuku sits next to Ochako during the written test. It's not too hard for Izuku, he's always had great grades, and he studied extra hard before the test. I'm pretty sure I passed. Izuku assures himself. Ochako looks slightly stressed as she hands in her test. Uraraka, are you alright? Izuku asks with slight concern. Ochako flashes him a thumbs up and a small smile. Yeah, that test was hard though. She pumps her fist up in the air energetically. I think I passed though. Izuku smiles and rubs the back of his neck. I think I did too. He admits shyly. The two turn their attention to the stage, where a lone figure stands in the dark. I wonder who it could be. Izuku mutters under his breath. Ochako taps Izuku's arm to redirect his attention to the person on stage. Sorry. Izuku quietly apologizes. The lights turn on, and Izuku freaks out inwardly. That's the voice hero, Present Mic. I tune into his radio show every week. Ochako snickers next to Izuku. Nerd. She teases. Izuku blushes and sinks down into his seat. Sorry, again. Hello, listeners. Present Mic shouts in English. Can I get a hey? Present Mic prompts. The auditorium stays silent. Okay, let's explain the rules. He goes on, unbothered by the lack of a reaction. A screen flicks to life behind Present Mic, and he turns to it. On the screen is 4 pixelated cities, each with a number on it. Each of you listeners will go to a certain testing area. The screen zooms in on a city. If you look at your pamphlet that was given to you, Ochako and Izuku open theirs. You'll see where you're gonna go. Ochako looks over to Izuku's pamphlet. We're gonna be in the same testing area. Ochako whispers excitedly. Izuku beams, maybe we can work together. Ochako smiles, yeah, then we're both guaranteed to get in. The two bump their fists together. And in these cities, you'll be fighting. Present mic pauses for dramatic effect, and the screen flickers to show 3 pixelated robots. Robots? Whoa! Izuku murmurs. The screen zooms in on the first robot. Each robot is worth a certain amount of points. There's the 1-pointer, the 2-pointer, the screen pans over to the slightly larger robot, and the 3-pointer. The screen zooms out show all 3. Sir. A blue-haired teenager rises out of his seat. A spotlight focuses on the boy. On the pamphlet it states that there are, in fact, 4 robots. The boy adjusts his glasses. It would be very embarrassing for such a high-esteemed facility such as UA to forget such a vital part of the exams. Izuku stares at the boy, and the boy suddenly turns to look at him. And you too. He gestures wildly to Izuku and Uraraka. You two should stop your childish chatter, that is all. The boy sits down. Present Mike looks slightly annoyed, but he continues nonetheless. I was getting to that. The man turns back to the screen, and it flickers to a hulking monstrosity with a large 0 painted on it. This, dear listeners, is the 0-pointer. Present Mike exclaims loudly. This is essentially an arena trap. It is worth nothing, and should be avoided at all costs. The screen turns off, and Present Mike turns back to the audience. Now, we at UA want you to give it your all, just like our motto. Present Mike smiles. Go beyond. Present Mike's smile widens. Plus Ultratreya. Soon after Izuku and Ochako are loaded onto a bus that takes them to the testing area. But, they have to change into training clothes, so the two are sent their separate ways. Upon entering the changing room, Izuku is met with absolute madness. An electric blonde-haired boy is letting lightning crackle from his fingertips, and another blonde is shouting something about sparkles. A red-haired teen is having an argument with a black-haired boy, he has weird elbows. About who is manlier, Crimson Riot or All Might. All Might duh. Izuku picks a corner and he takes his shirt off. Whoa! The electric blonde oogles. Talk about muscle. The black-haired boy with weird elbows points a finger at Izuku. Come on dude, you're making the rest of us look bad. Izuku blushes and puts on a pair of black shorts. Izuku doesn't put a shirt on though. He was given permission not to because of his wings. Izuku lets scales cover everything but his face, and he walks out of the changing room. He spots Ochako and runs over to her. Oh hey Midoriya. She blushes furiously when she notices that he doesn't have a shirt on. Oh my god. Uraraka? Izuku asks worriedly. I'm fine Midoriya. Uraraka looks back at Izuku. Alright, so, about the working together. Izuku whispers something in Ochako's ear, and she nods. The two wait nervously for the exam to begin, when suddenly Present Mike speaks. Start! Some of the participants look around in confusion, but Izuku grabs Ochako with his claws, she gives him a high five, and Izuku blasts off into the city. Ochako holds on for dear life as Izuku takes off into the sky. He's weightless, so he's going crazy fast. Down there Uraraka. Izuku swoops downward and slams his scale. Covered fists into the 2-pointer. He glides down to the ground and gently releases Uraraka from his claws. See you around. With that he flies off back into the air. Izuku spots a group of 1-pointers and he takes them out just as easily as the 2-pointer. 5 points. Izuku mutters. Other people have started destroying robots. Izuku needs to pick up the pace. Then suddenly he isn't weightless anymore. Izuku has to flap his wings harder now, and he dives down towards a 3-pointer. The scaled boy opens his mouth and lets out a blast of flame that tears through the robot's head. It continues on like this for a while. Izuku swoops down, takes down a robot, and flies back up. 42 points. Izuku mutters under his breath. I'll pass. Izuku is about to turn around and leave when a large rumble passes through the ground. Izuku slowly turns around. The 0-pointer. Izuku turns to nope the hell out of there when suddenly someone cries for help. Midoriya. Izuku turns around. Uraraka. Izuku swallows the knot in his throat and he makes a mad dash towards Ochako. I'm coming. Izuku calls out. Her legs are trapped by a piece of concrete. He can't lift it with sheer force alone, unless he uses one for all. Izuku takes a chance glance at the 0-pointer and, oh geez, that's close. Izuku metaphorically says F it, and activates one for all. Izuku's whole body shakes with the raw power coursing through it. Ochako is wide-eyed and staring at Izuku as he heaves the concrete off of her. 30 seconds. The 0-pointer is too close. He won't be able to escape. Izuku feels power surge to his legs, and suddenly he's in the air. The 0-pointer locks its eye onto him. Izuku winds his fist back, and remembering the words All Might said to him, he screams. Smash! Falling. He is falling back first. Chunks of metal are falling with him, and oh god, he's gonna die. His right arm is red, mangled, and completely broken. His legs hurt, but they aren't broken. Well, guess I'll die. Before Izuku can become a red splatter on the ground, Ochako reaches out a hand and slaps him. Izuku lets out a yelp as the feeling of weightlessness returns. He smiles at the rosy-cheeked girl. Ochako huffs, she touches her fingers together and murmurs. Release. Izuku drops to the ground as does Ochako. The test is UVVR. Present Mike screeches. Hey, you okay? Izuku asks worriedly as he looks over to Ochako. Oh, she's throwing up. Izuku crawls over to Ochako and holds her brown hair out of her face with his left hand. Izuku uses his wings to encircle the girl so she has some semblance of privacy. Thanks for letting me barf on you. Ochako mutters groggily as she wipes her mouth. Izuku smiles and rubs a scaly hand on his neck. It isn't too big a deal. Izuku mumbles as his wings tuck behind his back. Izuku helps Ochako stand until Recovery Girl approaches the two. She tuts upon seeing Izuku's disheveled arm. You should be more careful. She warns him before kissing it. A soft blue light envelopes Izuku's arm and it returns back to normal, with the exception of a few jagged scars now running across his forearms. They'd soon be covered in scales, Izuku was sure of it. Izuku thanks Recovery Girl and says goodbye to Ochako. He leaves, promising to see her in class. The 2 weeks Izuku had to wait for his letter were grueling. All Might hadn't responded to any of his texts, and Izuku was getting antsy. He checked the mail every day, anxiously awaiting the letter. Izuku! It's here! Inko screeches as she scrambles into the living room, clutching a small envelope with a red wax seal on it. Izuku takes the letter with trembling fingers, and he runs into his room. Izuku stares at the letter for a solid minute before ripping it open. He doesn't expect a small metal disc to fall out though. Wait, that looks kinda like the projector Endeavor used. Izuku thinks to himself. If I'm correct then, Izuku presses down lightly on the middle of the disc, and suddenly, I am here. As a projection. Hollow Might bellows. Izuku feels a twinge of excitement at seeing his idol, in hero form. You may be wondering why I'm here. All Might pauses for dramatic effect. It's because I'm taking up a job at UA. Could have told me beforehand. Izuku complains to Hollow Might. Young Midoriya, I am so proud to dash. The pause. I want to dash. Another pause. I have to do how many of these things? Hollow Might mutters disbelievingly, making Izuku giggle. Anyways, young Midoriya, I am here to give you your results. Hollow Might's smile becomes more genuine. You passed the written exam with flying colors. Izuku smiles, and he tries to ignore his mom's pacing outside of his door. Now, for the practical dash, Hollow Might turns to a TV behind him. You got 44 villain points. I guess I miscounted in the exam. Izuku mutters to himself. That would have passed you just fine, but dash. The screen behind Hollow Might flickers to show Izuku punching the 0-pointer into oblivion. For your daring and brave rescue of young Uraraka, you were awarded 60 rescue points. Izuku gapes. No way. No freaking way. Young Midoriya, you passed the practical exam with 104 points total, you had the most rescue points total, and the highest score out of anyone taking the exam this year. Izuku's eyes begin to water. Young Midoriya, this is your hero academia. Inko is startled outside of Izuku's door by the loudest whoop she's ever heard. She brings a hand up to her mouth. He made it in. Inko's eyes begin to water. My baby made it in. Izuku flies over Endeavor's gate and bursts into the residence, clutching the small disc in his hand. Endeavor leaps from the couch and his fists catch on fire. I made it in. Izuku shrieks triumphantly. Endeavor's fists stop flaming and he takes the disc from Izuku. Shōto smiles at Izuku behind Endeavor's back, and he murmurs a small congratulations. Endeavor tosses the disc back at Izuku, catches it, and he looks proud. I knew you would be the perfect failsafe if Shōto ever did fail me. Endeavor says casually. Izuku's smile falls, and Shōto looks devastated. Fail-safe. Izuku stutters on shaking feet. Yes, Endeavor mutters nonchalantly as if he didn't just call Izuku a freaking fail-safe. Shoto's been acting more rebellious lately, so you're here in case he ever fails. You mean? Shōto walks over to stand next to Izuku. I'm just a replacement? Izuku whispers. Endeavor doesn't acknowledge Izuku, and he just sits back down on the couch. Izuku turns sharply and opens the front door. He glares back to Endeavor, who simply raises an eyebrow. Thanks for letting me know how you truly feel. Izuku slams the door shut with a burst of one for all, and he takes off into the sky. Izuku spends the summer training angrily with Toshinori, learning actual martial arts. What good would it do if Izuku couldn't actually fight? It's only a couple hours till the first day of UA, but Izuku won't let that stop him from training his butt off. Toshinori eventually forces Izuku to go home, muttering something about saving his strength, because he'll need it. Izuku obliges, and soon he's in his slightly modified uniform. It fits snugly, outlining Izuku's muscular physique a little too much for his liking. It has 2 holes near his shoulder blades, fitting his wings perfectly. Izuku flaps his wings experimentally, finding that the uniform, despite being snug, doesn't rip. He walks into the living room, yellow backpack slung haphazardly over his shoulder. Izuku, my precious handsome boy. Inko exclaims as she hugs Izuku tightly. Do you have your baby wipes? Yes, Mom. What about your hanky? You need your hanky. Mom, I'm gonna be late. Izuku grumbles. Inko uses her quirk and she brushes Izuku's bangs out of his eyes. Izuku. What? Izuku snaps. You're really cool. She gives him one last hug and sends him on his way. Izuku arrives at the train station quickly thanks to his claws. It doesn't take too long to get on the train, there isn't many people there. Izuku made sure to leave extra early so he could get there on time. Once Izuku gets on the train, he picks an empty seat and plops down on it, setting his bag down on the one next to him. Izuku puts some headphones in his ears and listens to present Mick's new album. The voice Quirk user is surprisingly great at singing. Izuku mumbles along to the lyrics, when suddenly he's tapped on the shoulder. Izuku looks over, it's the Aizawa guy. Izuku wordlessly moves his bag to his lap, allowing the man to sit down next to him. So, Izuku starts awkwardly. Why did I sit next to you? Aizawa finishes for Izuku. Izuku nods. Well, you're a walking space heater, and I'm cold. The man drones. And tired. He adds on as an afterthought, before closing his eyes. A comfortable silence falls between the two, but when the man doesn't get off at the stop before UA, Izuku starts to get suspicious. Then, when Izuku's stop comes, they both get up. Izuku starts to walk towards UA, and so does Aizawa. Izuku eventually falls into step with the man and asks the question. Do you work at UA? Aizawa looks down at Izuku. All he does is grunt affirmatively and flash his UA ID card. Izuku pulls his own ID card out and looks at it. Midoriya Izuku, Class 1A, first year. Then it lists off his birthday, age, and quirk. Aizawa decides not to comment on the fact that this kid is in his class. The two enter UA, and Izuku is practically vibrating with excitement. Class 1A, where is Class 1A? Izuku mumbles to himself. Aizawa looks over to Izuku. Follow me. He grumbles. Izuku does he's told and follows the man. Soon enough he's in front of the 1A. Aizawa then turns to leave. Thank you, Izuku says. Aizawa mumbles a "you're welcome" before continuing on his way. Izuku turns to face 1A's door. It's absolutely massive, probably for people with mutant quirks. Izuku takes a deep breath and he opens it. Izuku slides the huge door open, and he's met with 5 people. A boy with a bird head, another boy with 6 arms, a girl with pink hair and black scara, she has horns, Shōto, and a blue-haired boy. Oh no, he's approaching me. My name is Ida Tenya, I am from Some Dash. Izuku takes a small step back, a little overwhelmed. And nice to meet you, Ida. My name is Midoriya Izuku. Izuku says, and the two shake hands. Suddenly the pink-skinned girl jumps on her desk. Ida chops his arms and shouts at her for doing such a reckless thing. She points a finger at Izuku. Horn buddies, she shouts before dashing her way over to Izuku. Oh my gosh, your horns are so pretty. What do you use to keep them clean? I use dash, the pink-skinned girl blabbers on before she cuts off mid-sentence, suddenly realizing something. Oh, my name is Ashido Mina, but use Mina. Ashido is kinda boring. Nice to meet you, Mina dash, Izuku starts, but is soon interrupted by a pink hand gliding over his horns. Etwai. Izuku swats the offending hand away while a light blush dusts his cheeks. Don't do that, they're sensitive. Sorry, Midori. Oh, I know your name because I heard you talking to the race car over there. She points her right thumb back to Ida, who's now scolding her for calling him a race car. I'm gonna go pick a seat real quick, Izuku says while inching away from the lively girl. Izuku makes his way to the back of the class, where Shōto is sitting. He sets his bag down on the desk next to the half-and-half user's desk. She's lively, Shōto says, completely monotone. Yeah, it's a little overwhelming. Izuku laughs nervously. Her bright personality is here to combat the dark. A bird-headed teen mutters gloomily. My name is Tokoyami Fumikage, it's a pleasure to meet you. Izuku grins and happily replies. Nice to meet you too, Tokoyami. Tokoyami turns his head away from Izuku's beaming smile. Too pure, he mutters under his breath. The 6-armed boy. Since we're doing introductions, my name is Shoji Mizo. One of his. Our mouth says cheerily. Izuku shakes one of Shoji's hands, and he really wishes he had his notebook right now. Hello, ladies. A small boy with grapes on his head bursts through the door. He strides over to Mina's desk, and his eyes zero in on Mina's chest. Years of training alert Izuku to what the boy is about to do, so Izuku nods gently holds the pervert in place. Mina looks disgusted, and her eyes narrow. Gross, dude, not the best way to introduce yourself. Then her mood switches instantly and she hugs Izuku. Thank you, Midori. She cries out dramatically. My hero. Izuku returns the hug back awkwardly and he smiles. It's not a problem. The great pervert grumbles. Why are you so strong? Izuku releases the pervert, and he watches him go to a desk, far away from Izuku's. Izuku is petting Dark Shadow. Wow, he feels kinda like water and silk. When Ochako walks in, Midoriya, she shouts before rushing over to him. Thank you so much for saving me in the exam. Your punch was like, She uppercuts the air. And that robot went down like whoosh dash. If you came here just to socialize, then you should leave. Izuku turns slowly to the stupidly familiar voice. Aizawa empties an applesauce packet with one squeeze, and he slides out of a banana yellow sleeping bag like a demon emerging from the depths of hell. It took you 8 seconds to quiet down. If you were fighting a villain, that 8 seconds would have cost you your life. Aizawa slinks his way over to the desk. Welcome to the hero course, he drones. Put these on and head to the field. He then proceeds to take out 20 or so PE uniforms, one of which has 2 perfectly cut holes where a person's shoulder blades would be. What about the entrance ceremony? Uraraka cries, disbelief evident in her voice. Aizawa turns his head to look at her. The teachers here at UA have the right to choose whether or not they would like participate in these things. Aizawa says, looking bored as ever. Ochako huffs but she stays quiet. Once the class makes their way to the field, Aizawa tosses a ball to Bakugo. He catches it. What was your middle school score on the ball throw? He questions. 56 meters. Bakugo gloats. Aizawa turns towards a circle in the grassy field. Step inside the circle and use your quirk to throw the ball. He instructs. Do anything you want, as long as you stay within the circle. Bakugo nods and steps into the circle. He stretches his arms. If I know Kaken well enough. Bakugo winds his arm back, and he launches ball with an explosion. Die! Bakugo screeches as he throws the ball. Die! Izuku echoes blankly. Know your own maximum first. Aizawa turns around and he holds up a small device displaying 705.2 meters. That is the most rational way to form the foundations of a hero. This looks so fun. Mina chirps excitedly. You have 3 years to become a hero. Aizawa looks at Mina. Will you have an attitude like that the whole time? Mina shrinks back. No, I just meant dash. All right then, Aizawa interrupts. Whoever comes in last place after all 8 tests will be judged to have no potential and will be punished with expulsion. Aizawa finishes, a small grin present on his face. Ha! The students shout in unison. I can only use one for all at 20% without hurting myself. Combine that with my quirk and I'll probably get by. Izuku mutters to himself. We're free to do what we want about the circumstances of our students. Aizawa says, picking at a nail. A Cheshire grin stretches across Aizawa's face, and he shouts. Welcome to UA's hero course. Ida adjusts his glasses. Bakugo snarls and explosions crackle in his palms. Izuku takes a deep breath and he spreads his wings. The first test is a 50-meter dash. Ida and Tsuyu go first. Ida naturally does better, getting 3.04 seconds. Tsuyu gets 4.01 seconds. Mina and very sparkly blonde line up next. Mina finishes first, and the blonde finishes second. Izuku is put up against Bakugo, but Izuku has a secret tactic up his sleeve. On your mark. Red lines crisscross over Izuku's claws. Get set. Izuku stretches out his wings. Go! Izuku blasts off of the ground with a burst of one for all in his legs, and he uses his wings to give himself an extra speed boost. At the same time Bakugo blasts off with his explosions but Izuku passes him. What the F dash? Bakugo screams because what the F? Since when did Deku have that sort of power? 3.01 seconds. The machine stationed by the track chirps as Izuku passes. 3.06 seconds. It chirps when Bakugo blasts through. The next test is grip strength, so Izuku just uses a small percentage of one for all to increase his score. Then comes the ball throw. I can use about 10% of one for all, combine that with my quirk and maybe I could. Izuku smiles and he enters the circle. Izuku lets one for all manifest in his legs, and he leaps into the air. Aizawa watches on with skeptical eyes. Just what is this kid planning? Izuku then focuses one for all into his right arm, he swings his right arm back, and he launches the ball into the air. The class erupts. Mina cheers Izuku on, and Ochako whoops. Aizawa holds up a small device. It showcases a 707.6 meters. What the F did you? Bakugo launches himself forward, palms popping with explosions. Before Bakugo can get to Izuku, Aizawa throws out a length of capture weapon, stopping Bakugo in his tracks. What the hell? Bakugo tries to activate his quirk, but it's gone. Why is this shitty scarf so strong? That's because this shitty scarf is a capture weapon. Aizawa's hair and capture weapon are floating upwards, revealing a set of golden goggles beneath. His eyes are glowing a bright red, and he sighs. Izuku's inner fanboy dies a little bit on the inside, because that's Eraserhead. Oh my god. Bakugo, go back to where you were. Standing, this is your first and last warning. Aizawa closes his eyes. And don't make me use my quirk, I have dry eye. It's such a waste too. Most of the class thinks in varying degrees of nervousness. The rest of the tests are easy, most of them Izuku can just fly over. He gets first place in most of the strength and endurance tests, his training with Endeavor and All Might really pays off. He's still tired after the tests are done though, so he's glad when Aizawa calls them all over to review their scores. Mineta looks particularly paranoid, his scores were average at best, and the only place his quirk was useful for was the side jumps. Here are the results. Aizawa says disinterestedly, I tallied up your scores and placed you accordingly. Aizawa takes out a small device and he presses it. A screen appears in the air, and Izuku looks it over carefully. Third place isn't bad. Izuku smiles to himself. Whoa Midori! Izuku is brought out of his thoughts when Mina skips over to him, clinging onto his arms. Izuku blushes and small patches of scales appear on his skin. Hey! You gotta train me some to me. Mina pleads, completely ignoring the boy's weak protests. Yeah. Ochako pipes in, bouncing on the soles of her feet. You look really experienced. Yes indeed, Ida walks over to the group. I could use some more endurance training myself. Shōto makes his way over to Izuku, silently joining the increasing group of people. Izuku sends Shōto a help me look, but all he gets back is a shrug. Ooh, the class bad boy. Mina makes her way over to Shōto, ready to talk his ear off, until Mineta falls to his knees, a strangled noise escaping his mouth. I got last. Mineta shrieks. Aizawa looks at the crowd of students. You weren't being expelled, it was a logical ruse. Mineta's crying stops abruptly, and he looks up at the erasure hero. His expression goes blank. Go back to class and pick up your schedules, I'll see you tomorrow. Aizawa says before walking back towards the school. After grabbing his schedule, Present Mike and Ectoplasm are my teachers. Izuku walks out of the classroom, ready to head home, but a small group of 4 stops him. Hi Midori. Mina chirps, it's followed by an energetic wave. Greetings Midoriya. Ida begins, we are here to walk out of the school with you. He says, arms chopping forward robotically. I'm going to my old man's house. Shōto mutters, his breath coming out as a cloud of steam. I just wanted to hang out. Ochako exclaims. And maybe pick up some fighting tips too. She punches the air, pretending to dodge attacks. Izuku notes that her stance is too wide, it leaves an easy opening. That sounds great. Izuku beams, and he tightens his hold on the yellow backpack hanging off of his shoulder. Let us go then. Ida shouts before marching down the hall. Shōto, Mina, and Izuku trail behind him. The group of 5 exits the school. Shōto and Izuku chat quietly in the back, until a wave of heat rolls over them. Shōto glances at Izuku, who stopped walking completely. What's wrong? Shōto looks up, and the smile on his face falls. Endeavor stands tall, waiting at the entrance of the school. Shōto. Endeavor's gaze hardens. Izuku. Mina gasps, before spinning around to face Izuku and Shōto. I've got it. She jabs a finger into both of their chests. You're Endeavor's sons. Izuku stares at Mina. A puff of smoke escapes his mouth as he speaks. I'm his what? Shoto's face is blank as he responds to Mina. Yes, I am his son, and Izuku is basically my adopted brother. I knew it. Mina shrieks, happily bouncing up to Shōto and Izuku. She spots Izuku slouching slightly and something clicks in her mind. She gets in Izuku's personal space, and she whispers. You don't like Endeavor Midori, do you? Izuku bites into his lower lip with his sharp teeth. We're not on the best terms. Mina nods in understanding, and a mischievous grin stretches across her face. Don't worry Midori, she says happily, before sprinting towards the flame hero like some sort of deranged toddler. Hi, can I get an autograph? Mina pauses to take out a notebook from her bag. My dad would love it, you were so cool last battle, you were like dash. She throws her hands in the air. Bam! She blabbers on, sending Izuku a wink. Then Izuku realizes. Izuku mentally thanks Mina, before shouting hasty goodbyes to his new friends, and slinking out of the gate, past in very annoyed endeavor. Izuku returns home happier than he's been in a while, with a sticky note stuck to his bag. 3 numbers are as written on it, one with pink sparkly pen, another in bold black print, and the last in a purple and green mix of letters. See you at school tomorrow, Midori. Izuku stares dumbly at the crowd of reporters swarming UA. Present Mike and Eraserhead are both standing just behind the gate. Present Mick's smile is very forced, looking more like a grimace, and Eraserhead is just glaring at any reporters that get too close. Izuku, who isn't a big fan of crowds, tries his best to sneak through the sea of reporters by keeping his head down and using his backpack as a sort of shield. It works. For a while anyways. Hey, that's a student. Is all the warning Izuku gets before cameras, microphones, and recorders are pushed into his face. What is it like having All Might as a teacher? What sort of training do you do? How does All Might teach you? Izuku's anxiety skyrockets, and patches of scales bloom on his arms. Izuku says dumbly. The reporters continue throwing questions at Izuku, so he decides to escape the reporters and enter the school in a rather unique fashion. He uses a burst of one for all to throw his bag and himself into the air, both flying over the wall surrounding UA. Izuku not so gracefully glides down to the ground, before grabbing his bag and wheezing because of the rough landing. Am I late? Izuku manages to sputter out. Aizawa brings his wrist up to look at a non-existent watch, before blankly replying. You have a minute. Izuku looks horrified, and he lets out one last ashy cough before booking it towards the school. That kid is nuts. Aizawa mutters to present Mike, who watches the whole ordeal unfold with childlike glee. I like him. Present Mike whisper shouts. Izuku enters the classroom, sweat running down his face, and smoke billowing out of his mouth. Did I make it? Ida stands up and chops the air with his hands. You are right on time, Midoriya. Please take a seat. Izuku does as said, collapsing into his seat. Aizawa enters just as Izuku lands in his seat, and his gazes sweeps over the room. Seems everyone made it on time. Aizawa mumbles, walking up to the podium. Today is the start of your hero training. Aizawa presses a button on a small remote, and boxes come out of the wall, each with a number printed onto it. Put these on and head to Field Gamma. Aizawa drones before slinking into his sleeping bag. Costumes. Mina shrieks, running up and snatching her costume. The rest of the class swarms the wall, taking their respective box and running off to change. Izuku and Shōto wait until it's mostly empty to take theirs before heading off to the changing rooms. It means the changing rooms are mostly empty, besides Kirishima, Sharp Teeth, and Denki. Electric Boy. Izuku picks a corner and he gets undressed before examining the contents of his costume. Fingerless gloves, a black visor, a mouth guard resembling a dragon's maw, a tight padded jumpsuit, a red belt, and a few small bottles of red liquid. Perfect. Izuku mumbles while putting on the jumpsuit. He can feel heat radiating from the sleeves and hood. When he looks at them, they're on fire. Izuku blinks and he uses his pyrokinesis to steal some of the flame from his right shoulder, but it comes right back. Okay. Izuku mumbles as he takes out the mouthguard. Izuku notices a small note on the bottom of the box. He picks it up and reads it. We added a few adjustments to your equipment to hopefully suit the nature of your quirk. First off, on your visor there's 2 modes of vision, night vision, indicated by a small blue button on the top of the visor, and heat vision, indicated by a red button near the blue one. Izuku stops reading the paper, and presses the red button, and he glances at Shōto. He's completely split in half. One side of him is blue, the other is red. Izuku presses the button again, and his vision returns to normal. He picks the note back up and continues reading. And, per your request, your suit will keep in as much heat as possible. The black lines on your sleeves will emit flames in a similar fashion to the Flame Hero Endeavor. That explains the flames. Your gloves are also in a similar fashion to the Flame Hero. Izuku looks at the gloves. These will produce heat, ammunition, and look cool. We hope these changes will fit the needs of a future hero. Sincerely, UA Support. Department. Izuku folds up the note, and he places it back into his suit's case. They really went overboard. Izuku mumbles as he slips on his visor. The screen on the visor lights up, and Kaminari screeches. Dude, there are eyes on that thing, stop looking at me. Izuku blinks, and the eyes on his visor blink as well. Whoa! Kirishima walks up to an extremely confused Izuku, and he watches the eyes follow him around. Bro! Kirishima exclaims. That's so cool, it tracks your eyes. Shōto nods in agreement, and he fumbles with his costume, adjusting the small tassels. Izuku doesn't really know what they are. Class 1A, still changing? A blonde boy strides into the changing room with a crowd behind him. How pathetic. Who are you? Izuku questions, and the eyes on his visor narrow, causing some of the other students to flinch back. I am Minoma Nito, and you are inferior to me. The blonde Minoma loudly exclaims. Izuku just rolls his eyes and slips his fingerless gloves on. Izuku immediately feels a burst of heat erupt from them, and they light a flame. Dude, that was so unmanly. Kirishima frowns at Minoma, and he rolls up the sleeves of his costume. Izuku finishes putting on his costume, and he walks out into the hall, Shōto not far behind. Ochako spots Izuku coming out of the changing rooms and she waves. Oh, Midoriya. Izuku smiles, but when he gets a closer look at Ochako's costume he blushes and turns away. That looks cool, like a dragon. Ochako gushes. I like the flames. She points to Izuku's gloves. Her smile then becomes a little self-deprecating. I should have written what I wanted. She laughs nervously and rubs the back of her neck. Mine ended up being a skin-tight bodysuit. She blushes. It's a little embarrassing. Mineta turns to Izuku and gives him a thumbs up. The hero course is the best, he says while smiling. Izuku glares at the smaller boy, and he breathes out a small burst of flame that erupts from his mouthguard. Once the class is lined up, All Might begins to explain how the exercise will work. Now, we begin the battle trial. Sir. Ida raises his hand. This is a battle center from the entrance exam, so will we be conducting urban battles again? Oh, that's Ida, he looks cool. Izuku thinks as he looks over to the boy clad in white armor. No, we're going to move ahead 2 steps. All Might announces while he holds up 2 fingers. Most of the time, fighting villains takes place outside, but the truly heinous villains stay inside. Izuku thinks back to the slime villain, how he was staying hidden inside the tunnel. He thinks back to his father, attacking him in the restaurant. Izuku shakes his head as if trying to shake the thought away. Imprisonment, house arrest, backroom deals. In this society filled with heroes, truly intelligent villains hide in the shadows. All Might looks at the students. For this class, you will be split into villains and heroes and fight 4-on-4 indoor battles. A froggy girl places a gloved finger to her mouth. Without basic training? This is a real battle to understand those basics. All Might explains. However, the key this time is that there's no robot you can just beat up. How will wins and losses be determined? A black-haired girl in revealing clothing asks politely. Can we beat them up anyway? Bakugo asks, staring directly at Izuku, who just glares back. Will the punishment be expulsion like Mr. Aizawa? Ochako asks tentatively. How shall we be split up? Ida asks while chopping the air with his hands. Isn't this cape lovely? Aoyama says while twirling around. Izuku watches as All Might's composure quickly disappears, and he shouts. I'll answer all your questions. This shuts the class up, and they wait for an explanation. All Might promptly takes out a small notebook. Now listen here. A script. Izuku stares disbelievingly at All Might. The situation is that the villains have taken 4 of your classmates hostage in their base. The hostages have been hidden on one of 5 floors, and the heroes must save them. All Might pauses to make sure everyone is listening before continuing. The heroes need to catch the villains or get the hostages out of the building in the allotted time. This will be interesting. Izuku thinks as he listens to All Might explain. The villains need to keep the hostages from the heroes or capture the heroes to win. This situation feels very American. Izuku whispers to Ochako, who nods furiously. Yeah, kinda like an RPG. Teams, opponents, and hostages will be determined by drawing lots. All Might says while pulling a box from seemingly nowhere with lots written on it in English. They're being decided so haphazardly? Ida exclaims. Izuku turns to him and smiles. Actually, pros often have to create makeshift teams with heroes from other agencies, so maybe that's why? Izuku proposes. I see. The discernment to look ahead, Ida bows. Please excuse my rudeness. All Might spins around and he pumps his left fist into the air. It's fine. Let's do this quickly. Team A, Uraraka, Midoriya, Ishido, and Aoyama. Mina and Ochako cheer as they rush over to Izuku. This must be fate. Ochako exclaims happily. This is awesome, Midori, we're gonna smoke him. Mina grins and jumps up and down. Aoyama strides over. I get to show off my cape. He then twirls around, and the cape flows around him. Izuku and Ochako just watch on blankly. He's crazy, they say in unison. Team B, Shoji, Todoroki, Ida, and Bakugu. All Might shouts. Todoroki walks over to Bakugu, and Shoji joins the small group. I have a tactic we can use against Izuku. Shōto says while looking at Bakugu. Spit it out. Bakugu growls. I'm listening. Shoji says while one of his hands morphs into an ear. As am I, you have my full attention. Ida says while he takes off his helmet. Shōto lets a small grin fall onto his face as he whispers into his group's ears. Team C, Yaoyorozu, Mineta, Jairu, and Kaminari. Momo and Jairu talk quietly while the two perverts ogle on. A shout of, stop staring or I'll kick you both in the ball, makes both boys stop staring and instead start talking to each other. Team D, Satu, Koda, Azui, and Tokoyami. Tsuyu walks over to Koda and helps the rest of her team talk to Koda by translating his sign. Thank you, Azui. Tokoyami grins. Call me Tsuyu. Tsuyu tells him. All right. Tokoyami nods. Team E, Ojiro, Kirishima, Siro, and Hagakure. Yay. Hagakure cheers as she bounces over to Ojiro. I'm really good at sneaking around. Ojiro smiles. I had no idea. Don't be mean. Her gloves move around wildly. The first teams to fight will be. All Might reaches into the lots box. These guys. He pulls out 2 ball, one labeled A and one labeled B. Team A will be the heroes, and Team B will be the villains. And the hostages will be. All Might reaches into another box. These guys. He holds up a ball labeled D. All Might sets the 3 ball aside and he watches Izuku for a moment before calling the rest of the class. Everyone else head to the observation room. Mina grins and she pats Ochako's shoulder while giving her a very energetic pep talk. Izuku spins around to face Bakugu. Bakugu sneers at Izuku, who looks away for a moment before turning back to him and smiling. I'm not taking any more of your crap, Bakugu, Izuku says while walking past the explosive blonde. Izuku turns and waves to Shōto. He's grinning impishly and his right hand is crackling with ice. Izuku's eyes widen. Oh no. Izuku is a ball of nerves as the group of 4 looks over the floor plan. Ochako can literally feel the nervousness radiating off of him. So she decides to ask why he's so nervous. Midoriya, why are you so stressed? She grins and pats him on the back. You're one of the strongest people here, so you'll be fine. She's stopped by a long-suffering sigh. Izuku is holding his head in his scale-covered hands. Uraraka. Shōto knows my weakness. Oh. Well, it can't be that bad, right? She tries reasoning with him, maybe she can cheer him up? My weakness is, I get super nauseous when I use my quirk too much. Uraraka. I basically stop working when it's cold. Izuku slowly turns to her, his expression is blank, and sweat pooling on his forehead. And that's a problem, why? She questions skeptical. Shōto controls ice. Ochako just pats him on the back, wary of the flames on his arms. as smoke pours out from between his sharp teeth and scales steadily cover his body. Mina walks over, having overheard the whole conversation. Midori, it's fine. Mina plops down on the ground next to Izuku and she grins. Even if you fall asleep, Izuku groans into his hands. You can still make us an awesome plan that will get us through. Izuku perks up slightly, and he turns to Mina. You're a genius. Mina smiles cheekily and she rests her head on one of her. I know. Izuku can work with this. He can work with this, even if he falls asleep. Ochako, Mina, and Aoyama can take care of it. Izuku uncovers his face and he looks up, a glint of determination in his eyes. Okay, I need to know what all of your quirks can do. I'll go first. Mina holds her hand up for Izuku to see, and white acid begins to rise from her skin. I can use this stuff for everything. Mina holds up one foot, and acid seeps out of the soles of her shoes. I can change its viscosity and acidic properties. I can even skate on it. All right, Aoyama? The sparkly blonde walks up to Izuku and he uses a hand to flip bangs out of his face. My navel laser is just as sparkly as me. Aoyama turns and points his stomach up to the sky. The belt around his waist begins to glow, and a sparkly laser erupts from it. If I use it for too long I get a tummy ache, the blonde finishes and bows. Ochako rubs the back of her neck and she grins. You already know how my quirk works, yeah? Izuku nods and he grins. I think I've got it. Yeah, we can do this. Mina cheers and she throws her hands in the air. Ochako pumps her fists in the air and she grins. Let's do this. All Might's voice crackles over the speakers, and Izuku turns to them. Hero team, your time is up, please enter the building. Izuku uses one for all to toss Mina up onto the first-story windowsill. She places her hand on the glass, and acid starts to dissolve it. Mina moves her hand around in a circle until the glass is able to be removed. I'm in, she says over the earpiece, before setting the panel of glass gently on the ground inside. Izuku tosses the others up, and he uses one for all to jump up onto the windowsill. Izuku can faintly hear Tsuyu calling for help, and he can hear something banging on one of the floors above him. He presses the red button on his visor, and he scans the area. If I know Bakugo well enough. Izuku spots a faint heat signature coming from one of the corridors. Guys, go right, I'm gonna get Bakugo off our trail. Ochako nods, Mina gives him a thumbs up, and Aoyama salutes. The three run off, and Izuku hops from the windowsill into the building. Die UF monster. Bakugo screeches as he leaps from the corridor, right fist sparking with explosions. And fire. Izuku steals the fire from Bakugo's explosions with the flick of his wrist, and he lets the fire float around himself like a shield. Come on, Deku, Bakugo growls as he advances, explosions crackling in his palms. Don't dodge. Izuku grins, and he holds out a hand. The flames surrounding morph into spheres, and he winds his arm back. Bakugo launches himself sideways, revealing Shōto with his right hand on the wall. Smiling, Izuku throws his hand forward, launching the ball of fire at Shōto, before booking it down a hallway with the help of one for all. Izuku presses a finger up to his earpiece, and he runs up a stairwell. Encountered anyone yet? He asks quietly. Nope, not yet. But we can hear Ida pacing up and down the hall above us on the third floor. Ochako whispers in response. Okay, watch out for Shoji, I'm coming up. Izuku continues up the stairwell, until he hears people yelling. Izuku peeks around a corner, and he nearly has a heart attack. Tsuyu. It's just Tsuyu. Hey! Tsuyu croaks. Nice of you to show up. Izuku laughs sheepishly, as he unties Tsuyu. Azuitu has been retrieved. All Might announces over the intercom. Where do you think you're going, Izuku? Izuku jumps to the side as a wave of ice passes just beside him. It makes him shiver and release a puff of smoke involuntarily. Then multiple pairs of arms are restraining him. Oh God. I've been caught, second floor. Izuku screeches before he's encased in ice from the neck down. Caught the abomination yet? Bakugo says as he walks up the stairwell, watching as Izuku is encased in ice. Why did he call Izuku a monster? Are you visually impaired? Shōto asks, while piling up more ice on Izuku. Bakugo glares at Shōto. You haven't won yet. Izuku smiles, but it's hard to do as his eyes become heavier with each passing second. Shoji's arms move around wildly, and his movements start to become more erratic. Uraraka and Aoyama are almost up to Ida, and Shoji just barely manages to dodges a glob of acid as it flies past his head. Heyo boys! Mina shouts as she skates towards the group. Hey Kaken! Bakugo freezes. How the F does that pink beach know his nickname? Mina takes advantage of Bakugo's sudden stop, and she lands a vicious kick on his stomach. What the F? Bakugo screeches as he tumbles down the stairs, explosions following him all the way down. Hey icy hot pain relief! She taunts as she dashes towards Shōto, who sends out a stream of fire from his left hand in order to stop Mina. The fire abruptly changes course, heading towards a very drowsy Izuku. The flames collide with the ice, and Izuku is able to break free. Me and Aoyama are having trouble with Ida up here, 3rd floor. Ochako's frantic voice says over the earpieces. Izuku stands up shakily, and the flames on his costume light back up, providing him with some warmth. Izuku pushes one for all into his middle finger, before flicking it off in Shoji's direction. It breaks Izuku's finger, and sends Shoji into the wall. The 6-armed boy falls limply to the ground, out cold. Shōto falls back, outnumbered. I'm heading up to you, Ida, he says before running down a hallway and throwing up a wall of ice behind him. I'm gonna capture Shoji real quick. Mina chirps before taking out a roll of capture tape and wrapping it around the boy's wrist. Shoji Mizo has been captured. All Might announces over the intercom. Ida Tenya has been captured. Mina and Izuku look at the speakers. Good job Uraraka and Aoyama. Izuku cheers. F monster. Bakugo screeches as he flies up from the stairwell, bruises littering his arms and face. Bakugo socks Izuku in the jaw and he tumbles to the ground with a yelp. Mina lobs sticky globs of acid at the blonde boy, who explodes most of them. Izuku gets off the ground and he opens his mouth. A bright orange glow comes from Izuku's throat, and he blows out a wave of flame. Bakugo dives out of the way, and Mina covers him in sticky acid, as the flames completely direct themselves away from her. Bakugo is stuck to the floor, and he can't move, so Mina wraps up Bakugo's hands in capture tape. Sorry, Kaken. She grins. Bakugo looks up at the pink-skinned girl, and he growls. Whatever, you couldn't defeat me without help, losers. Bakugo Katsuki has been captured. Izuku and Mina high-five. Yeah, that was awesome Midori. Izuku grins as he presses a hand to his earpiece. We've gotten everyone down here captured. Have you guys seen Shōto around? A shaky breath comes from the other line. Sorry Midoriya. We got frozen. Chaco admits sadly. But he's waiting in here. Okay, thank you Uraraka. Izuku looks towards Mina, and she nods. The two race up the stairs, and they find Uraraka frozen on the ceiling, and Aoyama frozen to a wall. Behind you! Uraraka shrieks as a wave of ice is sent Izuku's way. Izuku uses his wings to fly in the air, avoiding the icy blast. Mina's legs are frozen to the ground, and she can't move. Midori, you gotta get him. Mina continues to throw acid at Shōto, while Izuku attacks him from the front. Izuku and Shōto trade blows, fire and ice clash inside the hall, while Mina offers support from the side. Then Ochako spots an opening and she takes it. Shōto is close enough to... Ochako slaps Shoto's arm with a shout, and he loses his balance, allowing Izuku to wrap a strand of capture tape around Shōto's waist. Shōto Todoroki has been captured. Hero team wins. All Might shouts over the intercom. Yes. Mina shrieks happily as Izuku melts the ice surrounding her feet. Good job Midoriya. Uraraka says while Shōto melts the ice off of her. Sorry for freezing you. Shōto murmurs. Oh no, it's all right. Ochako assures him. It was a battle trial, they were supposed to give it their all. After everyone is unfrozen, the group of 12 walk back to the observation room, and the room explodes. That was so manly, dude. That was some ridiculous strength. You were so cool. How do you not have frostbite? Everybody calm down. All Might shouts, slightly overwhelmed. Now, we can discuss how everyone handled everything, except you two, he points to Shoji and Izuku. You two go to Recovery Girl. Izuku nods, it makes sense. Izuku has broken his finger, and Shoji hit his head. Shoji and Izuku leave the room on stretchers carried by robots, which in Izuku's opinion is a bit much, but that's UA for ya. Or All Might was just babying them. Izuku doesn't get to see the last battle. Recovery Girl spends 20 minutes lecturing him on being reckless with his quirk, and for accidentally giving another student a concussion with said quirk. By the end of the day he's tired. But it's a good tired, a happy tired. He wouldn't have it any other way. Izuku tumbles out of his bed to the sound of an alarm clock screaming at him. Izuku yawns and stretches his wings out while looking at the time. Oh, only 6 in the morning. Izuku drags himself into his bathroom, takes a quick shower, and gets dressed. While brushing his teeth, Izuku notices something off with his face specifically. Izuku spits out his mouthwash and he stares at his face for a solid minute. Izuku's eyes flit over his features, and he lets out a puff of smoke in surprise when he sees it. His ears are pointed, and the tips are covered in scales. Huh! Izuku ignores the new feature, for now, in order to finish his morning routine. After doing some stretches and attempting to comb his hair into S-Binton, Izuku grabs his bag off of the bed and enters the kitchen. His mom isn't up yet, so Izuku just takes a bell pepper and he leaves the apartment, beginning his walk to school. Izuku hums to the tune of Present Mix's new single, and he closes his eyes. While mumbling the lyrics to himself, a stranger collides with him. Izuku's eyes fly open and an apology is on the tip of his tongue, but it disappears as soon as he sees the person who knocked into him. Endeavor stands tall. Even in civilian clothes his presence is still intimidating. Endeavor. Izuku stammers, voice strained. Izuku hasn't talked to Endeavor ever since the fire hero called Izuku a failsafe, and he wasn't about to talk to him now. Izuku, I expect you at the house by 6, we have matters to discuss. Endeavor orders. Izuku nods stiffly before shuffling past the hero, and he can practically feel the man's gaze burn into his back. Maybe the whole storming out of the house thing made him angry. Okay, scratch that. Endeavor was probably angry. Izuku miserably realizes with a huff. Izuku watches his back the whole way to the train station, but his nervousness stays with him the whole ride to school. Izuku drops into his seat and he sighs. Shōto glances up from his book to look at Izuku. You were pretty late today. Izuku responds by sinking further into his chair and mumbling about how he was gonna die. Endeavor. Shōto whispers. Endeavor. Izuku whines. Everyone settle down. Aizawa's voice cuts through the chatter in the classroom, silencing everyone. I reviewed your performances yesterday. The class tenses. And your scores were fine, for the most part. Aizawa turns to Bakugo. You have talent, so don't act like a kid. Bakugo mutters something angrily under his breath. And Midoriya. Izuku looks up. Don't break your limbs every time you get overwhelmed. Oh, Izuku realizes belatedly. He thinks my quirk is affected by my emotions. Izuku nods, and Eraserhead takes that as his K to move on. I forgot to tell you yesterday, but today you'll be Dash. Eraserhead is interrupted by a panicked Mina, much to the hero's annoyance. Doing another special test? She just barely got by in the physical exam. If they had to do something like that again, she would totally fail. Please don't be a pop quiz. Please don't be a pop quiz. Kaminari pleads quietly to himself as Jiro muffles a laugh behind her hand. Choosing your class representatives. Aizawa finishes annoyedly while pinching the bridge of his nose. I don't care how you do it, just make sure you get it done by the end of homeroom. And with that, Eraserhead slinks into his sleeping bag and falls asleep on the floor. Finally, something normal. Kaminari and Mina cry out in unison. I wanna be class prez, I'll make sure no bro is left behind. Kirishima shouts and he pumps his fist in the air. You vote for me. Bakugo demands while jumping onto his desk, explosions crackling in his palms. I'll be the leader. Mina exclaims while waving her arms in the air. Are you going to run for class president Izuku? Shōto asks calmly, poking Izuku with a finger. Should I be the class president? I mean, I don't think I'm qualified for it. Yaoyorozu or Ida would be more qualified. Izuku mumbles quietly to himself. Everybody quiet down. Ida cuts in, chopping the air with his hands. I believe we should do this in a more organized fashion with a vote. Ida clears his throat before continuing. Being the class representative is a hefty task, requiring your peers' trust and respect. We've only been here for like a day, how could we already have someone's trust? Kaminari asks. If we do it that way, won't everyone will vote for themselves, Karo? Tsuyu chimes in. Don't you think that is precisely why whoever receives multiple votes here can be truly considered the most suitable person? Ida points out, before spinning around to face Aizawa. What do you think, Mr. Aizawa? I don't care as long as you get it done before homeroom ends. Aizawa grumbles. Thank you. I got 5 votes? Izuku shrieks, smoke pouring out of his mouth. Why Deku? Bakugo slams his fists on his desk. Who voted for him? Well, it's better than voting for you. Siro pipes up behind the explosive blonde, nearly getting decked a second later. Izuku looks over the class, and he locates the culprits. Uraraka whistles innocently, hands folded on her desk. Kirishima is beaming at Izuku, and he throws him a thumbs up. Mina is grinning madly, tapping her fingers on the desk in front of her. Ida is grimacing, shoulders hunched, and hands balled into fists on top of his desk. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Shōto making an effort to not look at Izuku, shoulders shaking just slightly with silent laughter. Aizawa sits up in his sleeping bag. Then it's decided the class rep will be Midoriya, and the deputy class rep will be Yaoyorozu. Izuku takes a deep breath and he tries not to scream. Seriously. I have to agree with Kaisi Bakugo on this one, but why did you pick me? Izuku asks over lunch in the cafeteria. Mina had dragged Izuku, Ochako, Ida, and Shōto over to a table where Kirishima was sitting. I don't think I'll ever be suited to lead a group of people. Mina slams her hands on the table, causing the dishes on the table to rattle. Lies and slander. I agree with Mina here. Ochako says, pausing to take a bite of her rice before continuing. You were awesome in the battle thingy yesterday. Really, I'm not a leader. Izuku insists, shaking his head. I get nervous around small groups of people, how? Izuku makes a distressed noise. How am I supposed to be a class representative? Oh, that'll SCK for you Midori, you have to give the opening speech for the annual sports festival. Ashido comments absent-mindedly, twirling a piece of pink hair in between her fingers. Izuku sets the katsudon he was about to eat on fire. I have to what? Ida looks over at Izuku. You came first in the entrance exams, so you have to give the opening speech. Ida clarifies, pausing to sip on his orange juice. Did you not know? Izuku had gotten another letter after his letter of acceptance that explained it, so yes, Izuku knew he had to do the speech, but that doesn't mean he wanted to do it. Izuku sinks into his seat and he curls his wings around himself. I'm gonna die, he says. Shōto hides his laughter by taking a large bite of his soba, cold of course, and staring blankly at the ceiling. You'll do fine, Midoriya. All you gotta do is puff out your chest and say, we're all strong, let's fight and win. Uraraka beams at Izuku, and she reaches over the table to pat his head. Yeah, thanks. I'll try. Izuku mumbles dejectedly while putting out the katsudon he set aflame. Oh, you got 5 votes, right? Ochako asks. Izuku takes a bite of his rice and he nods. I know Ida, Kirishima, Mina, Todoroki, and I voted for you, so who'd you vote for? Uraraka asks curiously. Oh, I voted for Ida. Izuku pauses for a second, looking for the right words. He just seemed like the right person, to me anyways. Ida smiles and he raises a hand to his heart. Midoriya, I am honored you chose to vote for me instead of yourself, but I chose you for the same reason. A loud siren blares overhead, cutting Ida off. The group of 5 look around as panic erupts around them. Why would the alarm go off? Ochako mutters, eyebrows furrowed. Ida gets to his feet, a tense expression on his face. It doesn't matter why it went off, we're under attack, let's move. Izuku, Kirishima, Mina, and Ochako get to their feet and they follow after Ida as he races out of the cafeteria. As it turns out, there wasn't an intruder, just a bunch of nosy reporters that had managed to get past the UA barrier. Izuku is glad that's all that happened, but something in his gut screams this is wrong, something is wrong. Izuku doesn't say anything though, UA already took care of the problem, so it'll all be fine. When the incident is resolved and everyone calms down, thanks to a stunt Ida pulled as everyone was leaving the cafeteria, everyone returns to class. Aizawa-sensei? The man in question turns to face Izuku, face mostly hidden behind his scarf. What is it, Midoriya? Can I make an announcement real quick? Aizawa flashes Izuku a lazy thumbs up. You're the class rep, do what you want. Izuku thanks him, and he steps up behind the front desk to face his class. Shōto raises an eyebrow, but he doesn't comment. Mina is watching him curiously, a small smile present on her face. Izuku taps his claws on the ground, and he begins. I've been thinking about this for a little while, and I believe Ida should be the class rep, Izuku says. Mina gasps dramatically, and Ida looks positively ecstatic. I'm honored to be the class rep, but I don't think it's the job for me. Izuku rubs the back of his neck and he laughs shakily. The way Ida was able to keep a level head and help everyone calm down at lunch was really admirable. It's silent for a moment. Welp, I don't have any complaints, you go emergency exit. Kaminari grins and he throws his hands in the air. Heck yeah, you rock Ida. You go man. Ida stands up and he straightens his glasses. Well, if the class rep nominated me, then who am I to refuse? Ida raises his hand into the air. I, Ida Tenya of Class 1A, promise to protect and guide you all to the best of my abilities. Go emergency exit. Whoop whoop. Yay. Good job, Rayscar. Izuku meets Ida's eyes and he grins. Ida smiles happily back. Izuku is making scales appear and disappear on his skin as the class leaves the school campus on a bus later that day, heading towards an off-campus training ground. Izuku is sitting next to Tsuyu, who's been mostly silent the whole ride. I wonder where we're going. Kaminari says, standing up to try and get a better view at what's ahead. Sit down, we aren't there yet. Aizawa grumbles from the passenger's seat, he's glaring down at his phone, clearly irritated, eyebrows are drawn together. Izuku looks outside watching the buildings and trees zip by. Well, we know it's somewhere outside of the city, since we passed the city limits a while ago. Afai. How long is this gonna take? Mina, sliding down her seat. We still have a ways to go, now sit down. Aizawa glares at Mina, who scrambles to get back into her seat and off the floor. Well, we have more time to talk and get to know each other while we wait. Ochako exclaims, excitedly clapping her hands together. Oh, I've got it. Kirishima says. We can talk about our quirks. I kinda wanna learn more about Midoriya's quirk. Tsuyu says, turning to Izuku and tapping a finger to her chin. Yeah, it's pretty cool actually, you're like a literal dragon with super strength. Shiro comments. And you can grow scales on your skin from what I saw in the battle trial. Yayarosa says. But that reminds me, why do you keep a patch on right side of your face? Yayarosa questions, honestly curious. Izuku cringes and rubs the patch of skin with it. Well, it's a scar. Izuku murmurs, frowning. I can't make these ones go away. Izuku points to the patch of scales beneath his eye. Yayarosa hums in response, writing something down in a small notebook with a pen she just created. Oh well, you look really rad. Kirishima beams, and Izuku looks up in shock. You'll be a super popular hero, you have an awesome quirk and appearance. Kirishima looks down at his arms. It's good to have a flashy augmenting type quirk. Kirishima's arms harden, and he punches the air. My hardening is good against others, but unfortunately it doesn't look like much. Izuku looks at Kirishima's arm and he shakes his head. I think it's really cool. Izuku grins. It's definitely a quirk that can pass as a pros. Kirishima smiles. A pros, huh? He puts his arm down and he wiggles his fingers. But you have to think about popularity as a pro too, you know. My naval laser is pro level in both flashiness and strength. Aoyama says, smirking. Mina turns to Aoyama and she puts a hand on his shoulder. But it's not great that it gives you a stomachache. Aoyama grimaces and side-eyes Mina. Well, if you're talking about flashiness and strength besides Midoriya, it's gotta be Bakugo and Todoroki. Kirishima says, pointing at the two. Shōto opens his eyes and looks at Izuku, sending him a questioning look. Izuku just shrugs. Bakugo is always mad though, so he won't be very popular. Tsuyu says matter-of-factly, not even flinching when Bakugo stands up, hands sparking with explosions. What the F dash, you wanna fight beach? Bakugo shouts at Tsuyu who just points at him. See? Kaminari pipes up next to Bakugo. We haven't even known each other for that long, so it's amazing that everybody knows your personality is crap steeped in sewage. What the F is with that vocabulary, BSRD? I'll kill you. Bakugo shouts, leaning over rows of seats to try and get to Kaminari. Aizawa turns his head and activates his quirk. Bakugo, sit down. If I have to tell anyone else to sit down, I'm expelling all of you. Aizawa sweeps his gaze over the seats, and once he's satisfied that no one's is standing up, he turns back around. So, about Bakugo. The conversation eventually changes into a game of who can PSS of Bakugo the most, and Izuku lets the yelling and shouting fade out as he watches the scenery pass by in a blur. Whoa! Mina exclaims as the class steps off the bus in front of the training facility. The building is dome-shaped, with various flowers and trees growing outside of it. Aizawa leads everyone inside the massive building, and they're greeted by the rescue hero, 13. They wave and approach the class once everyone is inside. Aizawa walks up to 13 and frowns. All Might isn't going to be here today. Aizawa shows 13 his phone and the space hero size. It's fine, we prepared for this sort of situation. Aizawa grumbles. Take it away then. 13 turns to face the students. Hello everyone, it's so great to have you all here. 13 says. Today you will be training in one of the most important aspects of being a hero, rescue. 13 turns around and gestures grandly towards the rest of the building. In this training ground I mimicked several natural disasters, floods, earthquakes, rock slides, and everything in between. 13 turns back around to face the students. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. It's literally Universal Studios Japan. Holy crap. Kirishima whispers excitedly to himself, earning a kick in the shin from Bakugo. You've only been in UA for a few days, but I'm sure you've already learned so much about your peers. Mina grins and pokes Izuku. And your abilities. In Aizawa's quirk apprehension test, you found the heights and limits to your powers. In All Might's battle trial you learned what using that power on others is like. Bakugo sends Izuku a venomous glare, and Izuku glares back with just as intense. And after leaving here today, I hope all of you leave with the knowledge of how you can use your powers to save others. It's silent for a second. Bravo, bravo. Ida claps his hands over his head, and the class claps and cheers along with him. Izuku breathes out a tiny flame, and he wonders if he could somehow use his flames to make. Then, something moves in his peripheral. Izuku wouldn't have caught it without his visor. Izuku pretends to scratch his head, and he subtly presses two buttons on his visor. One turns off the electronic eyes on the outside and blackens the visor, while the other turns on heat vision. Izuku asked the support department for some way to turn off the eye tracking, because while it was cool looking, it was not good for sneaking around. A crazy pink-haired girl had taken the goggles from him and told him the visor would be done ASAP. Izuku mentally thanks the girl as he watches an unusually cold figure move behind the bushes. They didn't look like a person, more like a blob or a cloud. They're accompanied by a smaller figure with a normal heat signature. Izuku watches them for a second, before they disappear. Let's get going. 13 says, urging the students to follow them down to the plaza. Izuku swallows around the knot in his throat, and he follows his classmates. Aizawa watches an angry Bakugo dive into the ocean, in order to save a training dummy. So far, the rescue training has been going relatively well, as long as Aizawa doesn't count the angry glares Midoriya and Bakugo have been giving each other the entire time. Speaking of Midoriya, he seems distracted, constantly looking around the USJ with his blackened visor. Aizawa watches Midoriya look into a particularly thick bunch of bushes, and he sees it, and judging by Midoriya's tense posture, he sees it too. A figure he doesn't recognize, with purple mist floating around the person's body. Aizawa isn't even sure this person has a body. 13. Evacuate. The students, we have 2 intruders on site. 13 nods and they begin to gather up the students. What's going on? Kaminari asks as the classes lead up the stairs. Yeah, what is going on? Ochako asks, nervously wringing her hands together. We just had to cut the lesson short, it's no big deal. 13 says as they guide the students out of the door. Aizawa grabs his capture weapon and he activates his quirk, staring at the misty person, but they warp away before he can apprehend them. Sheet. Aizawa mutters as he takes out of his phone and reports the intruder to the authorities. At the same time, he gets a text from Nezu. 3 student files were just discovered missing. Midoriya Izuku, Shōto Todoroki, and Mina Ishido were those 3. Get your class back to UA immediately. 13 presses their hand against a panel on the wall, forcing the doors leading out of the USJ open. Izuku has flames on the tip of his tongue ready to be used at any moment. But when the class makes their way outside without incident, he lets the flames out with a huff. Man, that was really weird. Mina says, turning her head to look back inside the UV. Izuku looks back to the entrance of the USJ, watching as Aizawa exits. Everyone get on the bus, we're heading back to campus. Aizawa says, ignoring the groans and weak protests of his class as they enter the bus. Man, we didn't even get to practice anything but water rescue. Kirishima says, wiping water off of his face. It was fun. Tsuyu says, that's because you're a frog. Mina exclaims, pointing an accusing finger at the green-haired girl. Tsuyu shrugs. Midoriya, I thought you would have done well, but you se. Kaminari says, leaning over his seat. I'm not good in the cold. Izuku murmurs, not really paying much attention to the conversation. Well, I don't think you did much better. Shōto says coolly, watching Kaminari. You electrocuted the dummy. If you were saving a real person they would have died. Kaminari cringes. Fair point. Izuku watches the USJ fade into the distance as the bus drives away. One thought lingers in his mind the whole ride back. Who are those people? When the class arrives back on campus, everyone heads to the locker rooms except Izuku, Mina, and Shōto. They are held back by Aizawa. You 3 come with me. Aizawa begins to walk into the campus. The trio follow him. Mina fiddles with the fur on her jacket. Aizawa-sensei, why are we not changing? Mina asks as the group walks towards the principal's office. I'll explain in a minute. Mina looks at Izuku and he shrugs. Aizawa knocks on a wooden door with the label, Nezu, engraved on it. Come in. A cheery voice chirps from inside. Aizawa opens the door and urges the 3 in, carefully shutting it behind them. Welcome to my office. A bear. Rat. Thing chirps while turning in its chair. I am Principal Nezu, it's a pleasure to meet you. Nezu reaches out a paw and the 3 each shake his paw. Now, please sit, you don't want to be standing for this. Nezu says seriously. The 3 quickly sit down, anxiously waiting for the principal to continue. I'm going to give you the short story. Your student files have been stolen. Izuku freezes, Shoto's posture straightens, and Mina's eyes widen. Along with signs of decay around the school and intruders in the USJ, Mina gapes and whispers, holy crap, under her breath. We are assigning each of you a bodyguard. Shōto puts a hand to his chin and he thinks for a moment. Do you think someone is gathering information on us? Nezu nods. With the media somehow getting into the school, files mysteriously vanishing, and the strangers in the USJ, I am positive someone has been gathering information on you 3. Why would they need information on us? Mina asks, picking at the fabric of her costume. Well, we aren't entirely certain. Nezu turns slightly to face Izuku and Shōto. Since Todoroki and Midoriya are closely affiliated with Endeavor, it would make sense for someone to be gathering information on them. Nezu turns to face Mina. But it is still a mystery as to why you are being watched, Ashido. Mina looks downwards into her lap. This all seems fishy. I'm not anything special. This isn't some sort of test. Right? She asks tentatively, looking back up to Nezu. Nezu shakes his head. No, I'm afraid it isn't, I'm sorry. Izuku speaks up. How do we know we're even safe? Nezu looks the group of three in the eyes. UA will do everything possible to find out what is going on, and how to stop it. We put our students' safety over everything else. Izuku fiddles with his gloves for a moment before nodding. Izuku plops down on his bed in a fresh pair of pajamas. He lets out a puff of smoke and looks down at his phone. Shoto's been texting him ever since he got home. Apparently Endeavor skipped Shoto's training lesson tonight in order to do something in his study. Shōto texts Izuku a video of Endeavor shouting in his study. The audio is choppy, but Izuku can hear exactly what Endeavor is saying. That demon brat should have been here by now. Multiple things clatter beyond Shoto's door, and the recording ends. Izuku drops his phone next to him, and he falls backwards onto the bed. Izuku breathes in deeply and he closes his eyes. A phone call is here. A phone call is here. Izuku scrambles to pick up his phone, already knowing who the caller is because of the ringtone. He answers the call. Sorry if it's late for you, but do you think you could make it to Dagoba Beach? Izuku hears waves crash on a beach over the phone. Why yeah, sure I'll be there in a sec, see you? Izuku hangs up and he grabs an All Might sweatshirt off his chair. Izuku sneaks through the living room, careful not to wake his mom, but then he remembers the guard. Izuku peeks out the window. I never was told who it was. Izuku looks around the outside of the apartment and Izuku's eyes widen. Aizawa-sensei? What? Scarf and golden goggles are just barely visible in the dark of night. Eraserhead is hanging upside down on the railing of the next floor's stairs. Izuku quietly closes the curtains. This is gonna be tricky. Izuku mumbles dejectedly as he mopes back up to his room. Then an idea hits him. Izuku slowly unlatches his window and peers down at the alleyway below him. Izuku scrambles back, because wow, that's a long drop. Izuku takes deep calming breaths and slowly pushes himself out of the window, somehow managing to fit his wings through, and he takes a deep breath. Izuku makes scales bloom from his hands, and he lets one for all bleed into his fingertips and claws. He follows up by digging his left foot into the concrete of the building, marveling at how easy it is to do it. Then he digs into the wall with his right foot, and soon he's scaling his way down the building, leaving indents where his claws dug into the concrete of the building. Izuku hops down into a pile of trash, and he looks around for a moment, trying to see if Aizawa-sensei saw him leave. Izuku nods to himself once the coast is clear, and he focuses 5% of one for all into his claws, and he takes off towards Dagoba. Izuku spots Toshinori waiting patiently for him on a newly built boardwalk overlooking the ocean. Izuku speeds up the pace, and he almost barrels into Toshinori. All my dash. Toshinori slaps a hand over Izuku's mouth. You can't call me that in public. Toshinori whisper shouts. Izuku nods and Toshinori takes his hand off of Izuku's face. Oh so. Izuku looks out at the ocean, then back to Toshinori. What did you call me here for? Toshinori looks Izuku in the eyes. You know the annual sports festival is coming up, correct? Izuku nods. Thank God I was allowed to transfer my speech to Kaken. Well, with the entirety of Japan. Know the world is watching, it's your time to announce to the world. Toshinori shifts into All Might and points to Izuku. You are here. Izuku feels a bead of sweat roll down his back. How exactly am I supposed to do that? Simple. All Might says. By getting into the top 3 at the sports festival. Izuku blinks. What? All Might laughs. It's a great way to prove yourself to heroes looking for interns. Izuku nods slowly and he smiles. That makes sense. All Might gives Izuku a thumbs up. Hey, is that All Might? Someone shouts from the shoreline. Izuku and All Might freeze. Time to go, my boy. All Might sprints off ahead of Izuku. Izuku lets out a huff and he follows behind. Izuku launches himself at All Might, and he breathes out a wall of flames towards the man. All Might dashes behind Izuku and jabs him in the back, causing the teen to face plant into the sand. 2 weeks left. Prove yourself. Izuku mutters calculations under his breath as he copies down the math problem ectoplasm is reciting. 1 week left. Prove yourself. Izuku hauls Jiru out of a pile of rubble inside the landslide zone in the USJ and she thanks him. 3 days. Prove yourself. Izuku and Shōto step into the waiting room for the sports festival. Prove yourself. Oh dang, I wanted to wear my costume. Mina pouts while looking down at the P uniform she just put on. Oh, to keep everything fair we can't wear them. Ojiro pipes up from where he's stretching. Makes sense but still. Mina crosses her arms, and she pouts harder. I wonder what the first round will be. Sato says, nervously playing with his hands. No matter what comes, we have no choice but to deal with it. Tokoyami mutters darkly, eyes closed. Right dash. The door slams open, and Ida looks inside. Everyone, are you ready? The room is quiet, and Kaminari coughs awkwardly. We will be entering soon. Ida shouts unnecessarily. Izuku closes his eyes, puts a hand to his chest, and lets out a shaky sigh while Mineta quietly practices a victory speech next to him. Izuku. Mineta looks up, and Izuku opens his eyes. What is it, Shōto? Izuku looks up and Shōto lowers his voice. I don't know if I want, be able to use. Shōto takes a deceptively calm breath as he looks down at his left hand. His flames. Not with mom watching. Izuku nods slowly, but something ugly settles in his gut. Izuku shakes his head, smiles, and ignores it. That's okay. But please don't let it hold you back. Izuku raises his voice and smiles. Or else I wouldn't have someone formidable to face during the finals. Bakugo twitches in his seat, and Kirishima pats him on the arm. Oh, is the best in class making a declaration of war? Kaminari asks, and the rest of the class turns to face Izuku and Shōto. Shōto gets the hint, and he schools his face into its neutral look. Formidable? Looking at things objectively, I think I'm stronger than you. Izuku's face twists as he struggles not to laugh, and he glares half-heartedly at Shōto. In your dreams. Shōto steps closer to Izuku and he narrows his eyes, but Izuku can see the small smile pulling at his lips. Midoriya Izuku, I will beat you. Izuku fakes a gasp, and he ruffles his wings. I'm not here to play at being friends. Shōto says, and he turns away, his shoulders shaking just slightly. The room is silent. Izuku bursts out laughing and Shōto chuckles quietly as the class watches on, confused. What the F dash? Bakugo hisses. Hey! Multiple screens flash to life around the stadium, and Present Mike waves to the camera as the people in the audience go wild. Pay attention, audience. The crowd cheers louder. Swarm, mass media. This year's high school rodeo of adolescence that you all love, the UA Sports Festival, is about to begin. Present Mike throws his arms in the air. Everybody, are you ready? The crowd gets louder, and Present Mike continues. It's time for the students to enter the first-year stage. As Izuku and the rest of Class 1A step out onto the field, All Might's words ring loudly in his mind. Tell the world, I am here. Roger that, All Might. Izuku says under his breath, and Shōto turns his head just slightly to look at Izuku. The UA Sports Festival. Izuku looks around nervously at the huge crowds in the stands, and he subtly hides behind his wings. There are so many people. The huge battle where fledgling heroes sharpen their swords once a year. Present Mike screeches in the background. Shōto watches the crowd calmly, but his anger spikes when he spots his father. He takes a deep breath and looks away. These are the guys you've been waiting for, the soon-to-be brand-new generation of heroes, Hero Class 1A. Present Mike finishes, and the crowd explodes with cheers and chatter. Will we be able to give our best performance being watched by so many people? Ida questions out loud. Izuku looks over at Ida, and he bites into his lip. That's true. Izuku looks up in the stands to Endeavor. The man narrows his eyes, and his flames flicker, probably in anger or annoyance. Izuku lets out a breath, and he smiles at Endeavor. This is also a part of the training required to become a hero. Ida finishes, and he chops his hands in the air. Man, I'm getting nervous. Mina says, poking Bakugu's shoulder. Are you nervous? Bakugu looks back at her, annoyed, but he smiles menacingly and looks up at the crowd. No, I'm just getting more into it. Egg creepy. Mina mumbles while inching away from Bakugu. These guys haven't gotten any airtime yet, but this class is still full of talent. Present Mike pauses for dramatics. Hero Class 1B. A silver-haired boy is leading them out, has ridiculously big eyelashes, and a startling similarity to Kirishima. Izuku looks back further into Class 1B, and gives a friendly wave to a girl with vines for hair. She smiles and waves politely back. Next up, General Studies Classes C, D, and E. The General Studies classes that come out look at the Hero Course students with envy in their eyes, and one boy with a wild head of purple hair glare at Shōto and Izuku in particular while he walks out. Support classes F, G, and H are here too. The classes that walk out are armored head to toe in multiple gadgets and weapons, and a pink-haired girl eyes Class 1A with interest as she writes things down in a notepad. And business classes I, J, and K. The business classes are full of crazy hairstyles, and they eye all the classes, but pay the most attention to the hero courses. Once all the classes are lined up in front of a makeshift stage, Pro Hero Midnight steps out onto the stage and cracks her whip. Time for the player pledge. Bakugu steps up onto the stage, and Izuku is still thankful they let Bakugu sow the speech instead of himself. He'll probably do something brash. Izuku murmurs to himself quietly. The stadium goes quiet as everyone waits for Bakugu. I pledge. Bakugu starts slowly. A scowl stretches onto his face as he looks over the crowd and the classes lined up in front of him. His eyes land on Izuku and his eyes narrow. To win. The reaction is instant. The crowd erupts in boos and volatile language. Bakugu flips off the crowd and walks off the stage, purposely pushing past Izuku. Izuku watches as the entirety of the student body shouts at the explosive boy. The old Bakugu would have laughed while saying that. Izuku turns and watches Bakugu leave. He's driving himself into a corner. The first round is a 4-kilometer obstacle race, which is a bit insane, but then add in that everyone can use their quirks. That's UA for you. Izuku and Shōto stand side by side as everyone lines up at a narrow tunnel that leads out of the stadium. There's a light right above them, and as it counts down, Izuku does some light stretches and examines the tunnel. It's narrow, probably to force us to get creative in order to not get squished. But it's really tall. It's about 30? No, more like 45 feet wide. I can definitely use the top space to my advantage. Izuku smiles to himself. I've got this. Izuku looks around, and he can see Ochako tapping her clothing, Mina shooting small bits of acid out of her boots, and a purple-haired boy calmly talking to some people whose bodies seem to go slack when they respond. Izuku stretches his wings out, he'll need them for this, and Shōto lets out a frosty breath as ice slowly covers his left side. You know, I could hear you mumbling the whole time. Shōto comments casually, a hint of amusement in his voice. Are you ready? Present Mike screeches as he riles the crowd up. Izuku takes a final, deep breath as everyone around him gets ready. 3. Mineta pulls a ball off his head. 2. Someone giggles maniacally behind Izuku as a machine whirs to life. 1. The sweet scent of nitroglycerin fills the air. Go! Everyone surges forward into the tunnel, but Izuku goes upwards. Scales cover his upper body, and he digs his claws and fingers into the concrete, mercilessly ripping through it, and easily surpassing most of the people in the tunnel. This is the part you should really pay attention to, folks. It's the first sifting. Present Mike says. A sudden snap and burst of cold air has Izuku scrambling for the exit as ice chases him and the other contestants down the tunnel. Izuku UPS 1 for all, and he smiles as he watches Shōto in the tunnel below him. Todoroki Shōto, what a cold move. Aizawa groans inside the announcer's booth. He froze the entire tunnel in an instant. Present Mike comments excitedly. Shōto bursts out of the tunnel just ahead of Izuku, and he's smiling. Present Mike makes a surprised noise. Wait, who's in the air? As if on cue, Izuku blasts out of the tunnel, wings spread out to their full length, laughing giddily. Oh boy, this was gonna be fun. Izuku can hear Bakugo screaming bloody murder behind him, Ida's engine starting up, and Ojiro's tail hitting the ground. His classmates are catching up. Shōto, you almost got me. Izuku's smile widens, and he glides further down towards the ground. The shadow looms overhead. Izuku looks up. Oh, the zero-pointers. Izuku skids to a stop to watch the zero-pointers move towards everyone. Most of the people still running have stopped, too scared to move. So Izuku does. Izuku takes a deep breath, shoots himself up into the sky, and blows a deadly stream of fire at a zero-pointer, melting part of its head off. Izuku lets out a puff of smoke and he laughs again. A sharp snap and the smell of snow make Izuku look down. A couple of the zero-pointers are encased in ice now. Shōto was showing off too. Izuku grins, ignores the falling of one of the zero-pointers Shōto iced, and he hops from robot to robot in order to try and stay ahead of Shōto. Izuku can see Bakugo taking down a zero-pointer out of the corner of his eyes, little red explosions ripping the robot apart. Whoa! Izuku ducks as a net made of metal flies over his head, almost hitting Shōto. Izuku looks back and sees Yaoyorozu loading something into a cannon. Well, time to go. Izuku teeters dangerously on the edge of a pit, with multiple stone platforms extending out of it. This isn't too hard, Izuku thinks as he uses his wings to fly over other students, dodging their attacks as he shoots over the pit. This is fun. Izuku lands on the other side, and he looks ahead of himself, a minefield. Izuku looks down at the ground, little dips in the ground let him know where the mines are, there's tons of them. Izuku looks up from the mines and stares in disbelief as Shōto and Bakugo continue on racing over the minefield, setting off the mines in pink bursts of smoke and light. The students have reached the last obstacle, the minefield. These mines aren't very dangerous, but they still pack a punch. Izuku gapes as a student goes flying over his head. What the hell were they thinking? Not dangerous? If someone lands wrong, they could break their neck. Izuku knows about landing wrong. He's done it plenty of times when he was still learning how to land after taking off. Not to mention Endeavor throwing you around under the guise of training. A small voice hisses in his head. Izuku shakes his head, and he backs up from the crowd forming around the beginning of the minefield. Izuku backs up further, and gets a running start as green energy crackles around his legs. He jumps upwards and soars over the crowd, dodging students as they're sent flying by the mines. Izuku stays in the air for a solid 20 seconds before he starts losing momentum and quickly starts falling towards Bakugo and Shōto. Oh my god, I didn't think of landing. Izuku mentally slaps himself, because actually slapping himself would be plain stupid, but then he gets an idea. Based on how close Bakugo and Shōto are. Izuku grins, I am so gonna die after this, and he shouts, "Watch out, Shōto!" as he grabs his right shoulder and Bakugo's left. Izuku then twists himself around and launches off of Bakugo's chest, sending the boy sprawling into the dirt and straight into a... Bakugo screams as he's thrown into the air and as his lead is taken. Izuku shoots towards the exit tunnel, Shōto hot on his heels, and he looks back and smiles. Then a crack. The winner is Shōto Todoroki. Present Mike screeches, and the crowd cheers as Shōto emerges from the tunnel on a wave of ice, and is almost immediately slammed into by Izuku. Shōto wheezes as he hits the ground, and Izuku, legs almost completely frozen, laughs so hard he almost cries. After Izuku stops laughing like a maniac, Shōto unfreezes him and the two get off the ground. Wow, that was something else. Izuku giggles as he wipes stray dirt off of his face. Shōto smooths his expression back into its neutral facade and he nods. Izuku is about to go off and see if the rest of his classmates made it, but Shōto discreetly taps his left claw with a foot. Bakugo made it, and he doesn't look too pleased. Izuku turns around, and sure enough, Bakuga's expression is one of pure, unfiltered hatred as he storms through the tunnel into the arena. He catches Izuku's gaze and he snarls, showing way to many teeth. Izuku waves at the blonde just to piss him off, before turning to watch Mina skates through the gates. Oh Midori, Roki. Shōto cringes subtly at the nickname Mina gives him, and Izuku snickers. Mina skids to a stop in front of the two, and she grins. I'm glad you two made it, although. Mina scratches at one of her horns with one hand and she points to one of Izuku's wings with the other. You kinda had an advantage, Midori. Ah. Yeah. Izuku scratches at the back of his neck, and his eyes widen at the new patch of scales there. That's new. Midnight snaps her whip, bringing the group of three's attention to the stage. A human cavalry battle. Izuku turns and looks at Todoroki, who subtly edges towards Izuku with everyone's eyes on him. 1,000,000 points, huh? You're gonna be a really big target. Izuku mumbles, completely ignoring the sets of eyes on the two. Shōto looks over to Izuku and raises an eyebrow. We're not teaming up then? Shōto asks, and, oh, he sounds disappointed. Izuku realizes. Well, I want to be stronger than you, Izuku grins smugly. Shōto shrugs and he holds out a fist. See you in the finals. Izuku nods, and he bumps his fist with Shōto's. See you in the finals. As soon as Shōto walks away, Izuku is swarmed by a mass of people. Hey winged kid. Yo Midoriya. Midori. Hey. Secret Todoroki child. Izuku chokes at the call out and he hacks up ash and embers. The person, a girl with pink dreadlocks, hops up towards him, and she grins as her yellow eyes scan his features. Nice to meet you, number 2. You'd be a really good test subject for some of my newest babies. Your wings are perfect for this one dash. The girl digs around in her bag, and she pulls out a small belt. Hold on. Izuku squeaks as he hides his face in his hands. Mina, you can come over. He calls out before spotting a head of brown fluffy. Oh, Uraraka, you too. Midoriya waves at the two as a plan begins to form. Do you have anything we can spread around that's flammable? The pink-haired girl's eyes light up with maniacal glee, and she nods furiously. All right then, Mina? Mina skates over and she stops in front of Izuku. Yo! What's the thickest acid you can make that isn't harmful? Izuku asks. Oh. Mina takes Izuku's hand, and she drops a thick glob of acid on Izuku's hand. It won't hurt ya, it's just real sticky. Izuku nods and he plays with it for a moment before dropping it on the ground, and struggling for a few minutes to rub the excess off. Okay, Izuku nods, rubbing his slightly burnt hands. Thank you, Mina. Uraraka? Uraraka pipes up at her name being called and she jogs over. Hi, Midoriya. Izuku grins and whispers something in her ear. She blushes at the close proximity but nods. About 2 tons. Alright guys, huddle up, I think I have a plan. As Izuku waits for the round to begin, he lowers a set of goggles on his face and fastens a small belt on his waist. The pink-haired girl, her name is Hatsum, giggles ominously below Izuku as she loads something into a small gun-like contraption. Mina tightens the 2 gauntlets on her hands and grins. We can do this. Present Mike screeches in the background to get the crowd riled up. Now, let's hear those battle cries. The crowd screams and cheers, and Izuku takes a deep breath before tightening the headband around his forehead. Horns really aren't fun sometimes. Uraraka? Izuku looks down at her and she nods. Ochako taps everyone besides Izuku and herself, as she tries to steady her stance with massive boots on her feet as Hatsum and Mina float upwards just the tiniest bit. Okay, I'm ready. Hatsum. Hatsum giggles as she slides her goggles over her eyes, and she aims the gun-like contraption upwards. Ready. Mina. Mina grins and she flips a switch on one of her gauntlets, causing a noise akin to a small motorcycle to come out of them. I'm good. Izuku spreads out his wings and he crouches on top of the 3. I'm counting on you. Shōto stands stoically in front of Yaoyorozu, Kaminari, and Ida as he looks the 3 over. I chose you 3 because you seemed like the most stable formation. Shōto says as he turns to Kaminari, who shrinks back just slightly. Kaminari, you will be the left wing, keep people away with your electricity. Kaminari gives Shōto a thumbs up and a grin. Alright dude. Todoroki turns to face Yaoyorozu. You'll be the right wing. You are in charge of insulation and assisting with defense and movement. Right. Ida, you'll be in front as the main source of mobility and physical defense. Ida looks to Shōto and nods, before adding, so you will attack and create diversions with ice and fire, then Todoroki? Shoto's face turns slightly apprehensive as he looks up at father and scowls. He clenches his fists at his sides and his nails dig into his palms. No. I will never use my fire in battle. Shōto can practically hear Izuku screeching at him right now, and he sighs. Plus, Izuku Midoriya can use it against us. I'm not gonna ask if you're ready or not. Present Mick's voice booms across the stadium. 3. Bakugo cracks his wrists and he sets his sight on Shōto. We're aiming for 2. Izuku stretches out his wings and he lets out a puff of smoke in Shoto's direction. One thing. 1. Shoto's right side crackles dangerously as ice consumes his arm. Go! Izuku watches as a couple teams sprint towards them and he grimaces. That's a lot more than I expected. It's basically a battle for the 10 million, but you'll supply us just fine. A girl with a mushroom for hair says as her team approaches. Hatsum! Izuku shouts frantically as the team gets closer. On it! Hatsum PPS the gun-like contraption in her hands and she fires a stream of clear liquid gel. The other teams approaching scatter as they try to avoid it. Hatsum laughs as she covers most of the area in front of them with the goo. Izuku spits out a large stream of flame, and with a JRK of his hands he redirects the flames to hit multiple spots of the gel. As soon as the fire hits the gel, it explodes into a wall of flames and ignites the rest of the gel. Uraraka shields her eyes as the teams going for them skid to a stop, and the flames move upwards and surround them in a dome. Whoa! Uraraka murmurs as she looks at the flames surrounding them. Mina gasps and Hatsum cackles maniacally as she continues to spray the gel around them. Midori, how did you do that? Mina exclaims as she flings sticky acid around them. It's mostly Hatsum with her gel, I just spewed out the flames and made the dome. Izuku says as he concentrates on keeping the dome's temperature hot enough to keep people away, but not hot enough to roast his team alive. Shōto creates another wall of ice, trapping the team that tried to steal their headband. Shōto takes the team's headband from a gray-haired boy with a startling similarity to Kirishima. Sorry. The gray-haired boy stutters out as he shivers. Shōto is just about to trap another team in ice when a burst of light from behind him stops him in his track. He turns around to see what happened and he stops in his tracks. Showing off Shōto murmurs as he watches Izuku and his team disappear behind a wall of flames. Shōto can't help but think Izuku's silhouette looks exactly like a demon straight from hell. His wings are spread and his horns are clearly visible, all he needs is a tail and he'd be golden. On our right. Yaoyorozu's shout brings Shōto back to reality, and he traps another team in ice. Izuku checks the timer and he grins. We only have 7 minutes left. Uraraka cheers and she wipes some sweat off of her face. I think I'm gonna have a heat slide after this. Hatsum doesn't seem bothered by the heat, and she grins. Your plan worked. Marvelously, but my babies aren't getting much air time. Yeah, but we wanna win. Mina points out with a shrug. Izuku feels a distinctive drop in temperature, and he grabs onto everyone. Hurry in the air. Izuku shouts as the coldness doubles. As if on cue, the flames separate at the top of the dome, and with a couple beats of Izuku's wings, and with the help of Hatsum's babies, Team Izuku soars through the air. Izuku looks down for a split second at the massive mountain of ice where his team was before. Getting cocky now, aren't ya, Deku? Izuku turns around just in time to receive a blast of light to the face. Izuku's eyes widen as he feels someone, grab the back of his head and pull. Izuku's eyes widen. The sound of the Velcro ripping is deafening. Bakugo laughs as a strand of tape wraps around his midsection and pulls his back down to his group. Izuku's group lands on the ground, and Izuku's sudden silence makes Mina worry. "Midori?" she asks softly. "Oh, Bakugo was so going down." "Uraraka, make me weightless," Izuku hisses, eyes zeroed in on his target. Bakugo is smirking and tightening the stolen headband around his forehead. "Got it." Uraraka complies, slapping Izuku's hand. Immediately he's weightless. "Mina," he says, "launch me." Mina nods and clasps Izuku's hands tightly, grinning. She swings him backwards and then, with a mighty heave, throws him as hard as she can. Izuku releases her hands at the very last second and rockets towards Bakugo's team. One for all crackles beneath his skin, and golden tendrils wind throughout his skin. Bakugo's eyes widen in surprise, but before he can bark any orders to his team, Izuku zooms past him like a torpedo, and suddenly, his headbands are gone. Izuku grins and looks back at Bakugo over his shoulder, sharp teeth bared in a feral smile as smoke spills between the cracks. "You should try harder next time, Kaken." Bakugo screams as his headbands are stolen, and Izuku grins devilishly as he soars back to his team, settling on top of them and folding his wings against his back. The crowd erupts into cheers and applause as Izuku tightens the headbands around his neck, flipping them inwards as he does so. Bakugo is practically oozing rage, his explosions are subdued though. Izuku looks closer, trying to see why they're subdued. "Midori, that was badass." Mina screeches, she wants to raise her hands and cheer, but she has half a mind not to. Hatsum whines about her babies not being shown off, and she frowns. Ochako is vibrating with happiness from where she is, and she grins. "Midoriya, that was awesome." At first, Bakugo was like, "Blam." "Then, you swooped in and stole all of his headbands like Dash," she squeals. "It was super cool." Izuku blushes, a little mortified at all the attention, but he doesn't have much time to celebrate as a dark claw swipes in front of him. Izuku yelps, ducking as another dark limb tries to grab his headbands. Izuku looks around and he spots. It's Tokoyami. No wonder Bakugo's explosions are subdued. Isn't Dark Shadow weak to light? Izuku swats Tsuyu's tongue away with a kick and ducks as a purple ball flies towards his head. "Hatsum, this is your chance to show off your babies. I need some time to get this ready." Izuku shouts, opening one of the pockets on the belt Hatsum gave him, grabbing a red vial and twisting the cap off with a pop. "Uraraka, Mina, keep the other teams occupied." Izuku shouts, slapping vines away as he downs the contents of the red vial, before throwing the vial at the vine-haired girl, who swerves to avoid it. Hatsum grins, Uraraka nods, and Mina prepares her acid as the teams get closer. Izuku continues blocking Tsuyu's attacks and dodging Mineta's ball as he waits for the vial's contents to take effect. 3 minutes left. Present Mike screeches across the stadium. Izuku can feel sweat beginning to form on his forehead and the fire building up inside of him. "Mina, to your right." Izuku shouts, spewing out smoke at Bakugo as his team charges, causing them to cough and wheeze. Mina kicks up a leg and acid rockets out of her boots, grinning as the team gets trapped in a gooey prison. "Cover your eyes." Izuku shouts as he cups his hands around his mouth, his throat glowing a soft orange. Uraraka quickly covers her eyes, Mina shuts hers, and Hatsum pulls her goggles down. Izuku opens his mouth, and the field explodes in a massive inferno. Shōto has a split second to encase his team and the surrounding teams in a bubble of ice as flames take over the field. The other teams in the bubble shiver and look around in confusion. "Kaminari, Yaoyorozu." "G got it." Kaminari slurs, slapping his hands down on the ground as Yaoyorozu makes another insulating blanket. "Goddamn Izuku, you're gonna roast someone alive." Shōto mumbles, hearing the zap of Kaminari's electricity and the muffled screams of the other teams as they're electrocuted. Shōto tosses the blanket off, and he begins collecting the headbands from the fallen teams. "You never would though," goes unspoken. Izuku coughs in the silence following his inferno, and ash falls out of his mouth as he struggles to stop. "God, I wish I had a cough drop or something right now." "Midori, you okay?" Mina asks tentatively as she wipes some ash off of his cheeks with a hand, and she covers her mouth and nose with the other. Izuku blushes and nods, huffing out a cloud of smoke and coughing again. Can't speak. Hurts. Izuku says, voice absolutely wrecked. Mina cringes and nods, looking around, trying to peer through the smoke covering the field. Figures start to move in the cloud of smoke, and loud hacking and coughing can be heard now. Present Mike is absolutely losing it in the announcer's box, loud screeches and whoops crackling around the stadium. Ochako covers her mouth, trying not to breathe in the smoke as a chill settles over the arena again. Midoriya, I think it's Todoroki. She hisses, watching as it. Team's vague outline approaches. Izuku looks at them, and upon closer inspection they have masks. Of course. They have Yaoyorozu. Shōto is riding on top, probably grinning. Izuku can't tell because of the masks. Izuku readies his wings to get his team away, and he reaches out a hand to Uraraka when something flies past, nearly hitting their hands. Izuku makes a strangled noise as what feels like chains wrap around his wings and bind them together. Izuku grunts, because oh dear lord they're heavy. He can feel his teammates struggle to hold him up, and when he goes to Ochako to try and become weightless, another object goes flying past them. Yaoyorozu huffs, loading another round into a small cannon. Dang. Your attempts were all right, Shōto begins, watching Izuku. But you overdid it, huh? He taunts smugly, allowing just a small bit of pride to leak into his voice. Izuku glares and doesn't dignify him with an answer, instead puffing smoke out of his nose like a dragon. Shōto raises an eyebrow and his team steps forwards. Izuku's team steps back. Uraraka's hand touches the chains wrapped around his wings. She works quickly and quietly, trying to untangle them as Izuku distracts Team Todoroki. Izuku realizes, I don't have to rely solely on my original quirk. Izuku grins, and as the chains loosen around his wings, and Uraraka discreetly taps everyone. Kaminari makes a face and slaps his hands on the ground. At the same time Yaoyorozu makes another insulation blanket, and Izuku takes off, dragging his team into the sky in a burst of green energy. Before Izuku can get completely airborne, something grabs his leg, and with a yelp, Izuku realizes it's Ida. 20 seconds. Present Mike screeches, watching the teams. Todoroki watches Izuku struggle like a very distressed pigeon as he reaches for the headbands. Ida seems a little disgruntled holding him, being assaulted by a flurry of kicks and breaths of smoke. 15 seconds. Shōto narrowly dodges a pink hand coming for him, and angry black eyes stare at him before a pair of horns are slammed into his midsection. He loses his breath with a whoosh and he almost falls off of his team. 10 seconds. Ida finally lets go of Midoriya when the teen in question lands a solid hit to his face, breaking his glasses and making Ida yelp. 9. Izuku clambers back onto his team, breathing heavily, breaths coming out in scratchy wheezes. 8. A sweet scent fills the air, and Shōto turns, eyes widening. 7. Bakugo is blasting towards him, dark shadow following behind. 6. Shōto raises up his left arm as a warm feeling spreads across. 5. Bakugo's eyes widen just a fraction, and his explosions stop. 4. Shōto realizes what's happening a moment too late, and embers begin to blaze on his forearm. 3. Izuku reaches out his hands, ready to pull the fire away from Shōto. 2. Bakugo snags a couple of Shoto's headbands in his panic, and Dark Shadow pulls him back. 1. Bakugo lands on his teammates as the buzzer sounds, the stolen headbands around his neck, and he grins. Shōto immediately makes the flames go away, and he gets off of his team a little too quickly, stumbling as he gets down. Yaoyorozu's eyebrows draw together. Are you all right, Todoroki? She asks, reaching out a hand. Shōto doesn't give an answer as he looks up at the scoreboard. His team is first. He made it. Shōto walks off the field quickly and into the stadium. Izuku watches from where Mina is holding him up with the gauntlets, cheering and holding him up like a trophy. Shōto. Izuku stays long enough to hear that they had an hour to rest before racing the next round. After being put down by a very excited Mina, Izuku races after Shōto. It wasn't hard with the trail of icy footprints he was leaving behind. Izuku huffs as he finally finds Shōto. He's leaning against a wall, face twisted with displeasure as he stares down at his left hand. Shōto, you know it isn't his power. Izuku starts, sitting himself down next to Shōto, who stays silent. You used your fire during training. Izuku says, tilting his head and looking at Shōto. What changed? Shōto just presses his hands against his scar. It burns like it did the day he got it. Mother is being released from the hospital tomorrow. Izuku's eyes widen and he beams. That's great, Shōto. You get to see her again. Shōto just takes his hand off of his scar, and he glares at Izuku. Do you not remember what I told you when we're little? Izuku scratches at his own scar, a tad bit uncomfortable. Remembers some of it. Not much of it. Shōto takes in a deep breath, and he begins retelling his story. Mina can feel sweat rolling down her face as she tries to slip away unnoticed, her pace hurried and face screwed up in a grimace. You try to buy lunch for someone and you end up hearing their entire heartbreaking life story. His mother. She scarred him like that? Mina thinks as she glances over at Todoroki, tracing his scar with her eyes. Their group had decided to not participate in the in-between games and rather just sit down, eat, and recover, but Mina herself was having an awful hard time doing any of that, still mulling over Midori's and Todoroki's conversation. It's not like she meant to eavesdrop. She just wanted to give them some lunch because that's something that friends do. But then they'd started talking and she couldn't get away because then that would reveal her position and she picks at her food frustratedly, stirring up rice and chicken with her chopsticks, before nearly sending her food flying when Uraraka taps her shoulder, a worried look on her face. Mina, you okay? Uraraka asks hesitantly, a small frown on her face. Once Mina's heart stops trying to burst out of her chest, she hesitates for just a moment. Should I tell her? Before answering, yeah, I'm just kinda bummed that Midori singed my hair. She huffs, slotting her bubbly persona back in place as she glares half-heartedly at Izuku, who rubs the back of his neck and blushes guiltily. Yeah. Uraraka exclaims suddenly, turning on Midoriya. You totally ruined my hair too, UJRK. She accuses as she crosses her arms and pouts, eyeing the blackened ends of her bangs. Midoriya frantically waves his hands in front of him as he mouths, sorry, over and over, progressively getting more and more red. You really didn't have to use that much fire, Todoroki points out, eyes not straying from his phone as Midoriya slaps his hands over his face and hunches in on himself. Yeah. You show off. Uraraka pouts. We didn't have to use that much firepower. But someone wanted to impress someone, she teases, sending a not-so-subtle glance at Mina, who just rolls her eyes and returns to her food as Midoriya chokes on his katsudon. He can't impress me, Mina says through a mouthful of rice as she loops an arm around Todoroki, who just raises an eyebrow and briefly looks up from his phone. I'm unimpressionable. You sure about that? Uraraka asks, leaning forwards and grinning. Just last week I saw you and Kaminari trying to cook an egg in the microwave because, and I quote, she takes a deep breath and raises her voice a pitch, I saw a video online. Mina can see Midoriya making his escape out of the corner of her eye as he scrambles out of the cafeteria, face beet red as a small stream of smoke leaks out the side of his mouth. Poor guy probably needs recovery girl. Sorry, Midori. Well, I wanted to try it. She exclaims as Uraraka laughs and Todoroki's cold facade breaks as he cracks a rare smile. Hey, you can't go making fun of me too now. She cries dramatically, leaning down and using the arm around Todoroki's shoulders to drag him down with her. I thought we were best buds. Acquaintances. Uraraka pipes up, taking on a preppy accent as she holds a pinky out as if she were drinking from a teacup. Father dearest does not allow me to have. She pretends to shudder. Friends. Mina blinks as Todoroki's body gets cold and she frowns lightly. You okay there, bud? She asks, as Uraraka stops mid-sentence and a look of worry crosses her face. I'm sorry if that was too much or I said something. Todoroki's shoulders begin to shake, before he bursts out laughing, startling Mina as Uraraka breathes out a sigh of relief. Anyways, my darling son is only allowed 3 cups of tea a day, 2 of which must be my choice and the other. Uraraka, you're gonna kill him. Mina jokes, nudging Todoroki's side as he snorts and holds his stomach. Must be some sort of herbal blend with a bit of cinnamon and spice, because my son only gets the best. Mina just cracks a grin and pats Todoroki's back as he laughs. Maybe life isn't all bad for him. His mom is coming back. And he has Midori. Yeah. He'll be alright. Eventually, after a few minutes of wandering and putting off the inevitable, Izuku does go to Recovery Girl's office. Partly because he wants to escape Mina, Ochako, and Todoroki's scrutiny, and partly because he seriously messed up his throat with his showing off. Oops. The bad part about getting to Recovery Girl later is that she's practically fuming as soon as his claws hit the linoleum tiles of the nurse's office with a clack. You should have come to me as soon as you were done. Now sit down, she says sharply, using her cane to tap one of the stools, which Izuku reluctantly sits down on as she disappears behind a curtain. He picks the ashes out of his nails for a moment, wishing he had wipes or something, before dragging his gaze over to the doorway, and shivering as a chill passes over the area and Shōto walks past, looking and a little melancholic, if that's possible. Izuku's eyes widen and he tries to call out to him, but instead of words coming out he just hacks and wheezes out ash. He jumps off of the stool, ready to chase after him, but Recovery Girl walks over with a little cup in her hands, and she pushes him back onto the stool with a surprising feat of strength. You are not leaving this office until I get a better look at your throat, and are forbidden from using your fire for the rest of the matches. Now drink, she says curtly, holding out the cup, which Izuku takes reluctantly as he glances towards the door again. Recovery Girl hits him on the leg with her cane when he hesitates, sending him a nasty stare, before humming as he drinks the medicine, and a cool feeling spreads throughout his mouth and throat. She watches him closely before rubbing her temple and kissing him on the forehead, making Izuku shudder as her quirk takes effect, his body's healing process speeding up. Okay, can you talk now? He hesitates. Yes. Izuku rubs his throat and winces at the record scratch-wide tone his voice had taken on. Kind of. Recovery Girl sighs before gesturing towards the door. You can leave, but if I see you here again I'll smack you. Got it? She threatens, cane raised like a sword. He nods feverishly before sprinting out the door. Shōto! Izuku calls, cupping his hands around his mouth like a megaphone. Shō dash, before freezing in place as flames flicker around the corner, and heavy footsteps tap their way down the hall. Izuku tries to move, tries to run as Endeavor rounds the corner, flames flickering about him like a demonic Christmas wreath. The man pauses when he spots him, and Izuku stares up at him, eyes wide like a fish caught out of water. Midoriya. His eyes narrow and Izuku's panic skyrockets as his body refuses to move. If Endeavor doesn't kill him right here then he might just drop dead on the spot. Why didn't you show up at my home when I said I wanted to talk? Endeavor asks, words laced with barely restrained agitation. Izuku swallows around a lump in his throat as his hands ball into fists. There's about 1,000 reasons he can think of as to why he didn't go, but his gaze drops to the floor as anger floods through his. One of those options stands out much more to him than the others, and so he chooses it. Why didn't I go? He asks slowly as he raises his head and his pupils thin. I didn't go because you used me. He shrieks, and for a moment he feels relieved, smug even, but the feeling dies as soon as Endeavor's flames flicker and hints of blue join the red and orange as his face twists with rage. How dare you accuse me of something so juvenile? The man shouts as he snaps out a hand just as Izuku's body decides to, work again, and then he's off, running as fast as his claws will let him as nausea builds in his body. He cuts corner after corner, dashes through hallway after hallway, until he can't feel the heat Endeavor's flames anymore. Then, he spares a glance behind him before collapsing against the wall, eyes wide and breath coming out in ragged gasps. Izuku! He snaps his head up and to the side at the call of his name, one for all prickling under his skin, before it vanishes as he sees Shōto He still has that half-sad, half-happy expression on his face, and it brings Izuku out of his panic for a moment. Did something happen, Shōto? He asks quietly, sliding down the wall and pulling his wings up and against his back, wincing as they brush the cold floor. You could say that, Shōto murmurs, holding his left hand up to his face, palm flat. Slowly, flames begin to flicker along his fingertips, climbing around his hand as Izuku stares. He doesn't say or really do anything but watch the fire that his friend creates swirl and crackle. Shōto, are you okay? He asks worriedly, watching as the fire begins to creep up his arm, before startling as he closes his fist and the fire cuts off completely. I feel better, Shōto says quietly as a small smile flickers over his face and he opens his fist again, a smaller, more controlled flame dancing in his palm. A lot better. Izuku jumps to his feet and bounces on the ball of his claws. That's great. I can't wait to. Now contestants, fans, heroes and villains alike. You should be returning to your seats right now, because round 3 starts. In 2 minutes. Present Mick's voice screeches out over the stadium with boom, and Izuku rubs at his ears as Shōto gets a disgruntled look on his face. He sighs, before nudging Izuku in the side with a slight grin. Want a race to the field? Shōto asks, his right side crackling with ice as cold begins to roll off of him in waves. Izuku stares for a moment, before nodding sharply, smiling. On 3, he yelps as his friend shoots off with a burst of ice, before racing off after him as blue snaps around his claws. Shōto, you cheater! There's the sound of metal banging, a trash can being tripped over, and Aizawa watches in utter silence from his spot on the sidelines as Problem Child and the Todoroki kid burst onto the field. Problem Child flaps his wings frantically as he tries to come to a stop, the other kid stumbling into his spot and kicking up a stupid amount of dust as he does so. His peers cough and blow the dust away frantically, glaring at him but saying nothing. Teenagers, Aizawa thinks, shaking his head before stepping up onto the makeshift stage in front of the crowd of students once Problem Child is in his place. He clears his throat. Shut up if you want to know what the next event is, he says, annoyed, and his class immediately quiets out of, what he hopes is, respect as the others soon follow suit. Aizawa can hear disgruntled mutterings from other non-hero core students, but ignores them for now. All right. Aizawa starts, eyes drifting over the students. Now that I have your attention. Your next round is composed of team matches. He gestures to the screens around the stadium, which immediately flare to life. Listings of certain students pop up besides one another, and he hears the audible gasps and the what of one Bakugo Katsuki as Problem Child wheezes. Every pair and matchup was picked by yours truly, so if you want to be mad at someone, either yell at me or can it. Aizawa continues calmly, watching a pair of cold purple eyes widen, and the Todoroki kid blink. These will be done in bracket matches, so if you don't like your partner, once again can it. He yawns, scratching at his scalp. You have 15 minutes to plan out your strategies. Good luck. Don't waste time. And with that, Aizawa steps off of the stage, grinning like a cat as chaos erupts and students scramble to find their partners. All right. Thank you, Eraserhead, for the very brief. A briefing. Present Mike stutters out, and Aizawa can already hear the scolding he's going to get. The first matchup is our very own bird of prey Tokoyami and our favorite bubble-headed boy Fukudashi versus. There's a lull for a moment, Present Mike muttering something about needing new glasses, before continuing. The kid who needs no introduction, Mr. Cold as Ice, Todoroki, along with a student rising against all odds. You know him, love him, Shinso. The crowd doesn't cheer, instead muttering amongst themselves as Todoroki walks over to Shinso and he offers his left hand. Aizawa can flames flicker in the stadium, see the kid hesitate, before the two shake hands. Meanwhile, maybe pairing Midoriya and Bakugo up was a bit of a risky move, but they need to get on better terms. Aizawa doesn't need them to be friends, he just needs them to solve whatever probably traumatic problem is causing it. Whatever, he thinks, vanishing off of the field and into one of the hallways leading back towards the stands. They'll figure it out.